Good afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it may be for you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Pan American Trackmania Championship Season 5. We have quite the weekend of matches for you, and we're going to be starting off in just a few moments, but first, of course, some introductions are in order. As you can see, the names conveniently placed up on the screen for you. My name is Acrinator. I'm joined by my co-host, Legion. How you feeling, everybody?
Good, feeling good. Nice to kind of get back into the commentating scene. We've been off for a little while. Obviously, winter break, everybody wants to take a chance to relax. So getting back into it's gonna be a little bit rickety, I think, but it's good to at least get the ball rolling.
Yeah, definitely. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be seeing here today, because it's going to be split up into 2 days, today and tomorrow. And, well, actually, we can just go over to the rulebook, I guess, first to talk a little bit about who we're going to be seeing in terms of the invited players. There were no qualifiers coming into this. It was all players coming from the North American Cup and the South American Cup, so a little bit different from what we've seen in past years. You can see there are a few replacements up on your screen. We do have Mints, BPC, Valpro, and Archer, who were unable to make it, so you can see Bad PC, Liquid, MadXJ, and Nats were invited in their place. So we'll be seeing basically all of those players. You can see where they came from. We have quite a few big names coming up here. Of course, a couple missing here and there in terms of the regional stuff. You don't have Neil, you don't have Carl Jr., but you have pretty much all the other big names, dare I say.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think just coming into it, we've seen these guys compete in obviously a lot of competitions here in not just North America, but just the entire NCSA region as a whole. And if there's one thing that I have been pleasantly delighted with is just the level of competition that we do see from these drivers, and it's never really a guarantee that somebody is going to run away with it. I mean, we've had competitions in the past where we've said someone like, "Oh, Noisia might." Take it away, but in other case, or it might have been someone like Charles or Nixotica or Liquid. We can never really be 100% on these, and I think that's such a refreshing thing, because usually what we've seen with other competitions is somebody just being the number one prediction and then they run away with it. But I got hopes that someone else will be able to maybe flip the script a little bit. Someone like Dummy, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah. Dummy, of course. The famous or infamous little chatter. Also a child, if you couldn't tell. We have to mention that. I believe he's turning 18 either this year or next year, though, so, I don't have that joke for too much longer, I suppose. But he's still going to be a youngin' in our hearts.
Always.
You might be able to hear in the background, I think they are driving for the warm-up. We're going to be starting off the second portion of the seating, because we had as you can see up on your screen right now, folks, this is the master sheet. You can see the positions over here for the leaderboard. That's what LB is, and then RND is rounds for seating. Got about another minute or so before we're actually going to get into that. We're going to be seeing all 5 of the maps for 5 rounds, and that will determine like the vast majority of the seating. So even though Noisia and Cackney and Flimsy are like 1, 2, and 3, for example, there's a chance that things get shaken up. You have the opportunity for some of these players to perform much better in terms of the rounds as opposed to just raw hunting, because the leaderboard for the hunting only counts for 20% of the seating overall. So, Legion, I think we have to ask the all-important question. Predictions for who you think is going to, at the very least, make it to the final 4 here, going into tomorrow.
Ooh. All right, let's see. If I'm gonna take a look at. I
have the 4. I think I know who is, but
I
could
see. Oh boy, let's think. I mean, Noisia, I think, has a really good chance.
He's the defending champion, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. I could see Charles as well. He's shown plenty of competitions that he is probably one of the best in this hemisphere. Yeah. I could see him going pretty damn far. Who else? Who else am I gonna throw in there? I want to say. Do I say Nixotica? I want to. I want to say Nixotica. I mean, he's seed 8 right now, which is whatever. So that's what? Noisia, Nixotica, Charles, and oh god, you gotta. I don't want to have everyone from like the same teams, but like it's impossible
if
not
they're
to.
Good,
like,
they're good.
You know what? You know what? I have to be biased here. I have to go with Cheese because he's from Split and he's one of my boys. So they're my predictions. It's Charles, it's Nixotica, it's Noisia, and it's Cheese.
Okay, I have slightly
what about
different.
You?
I agree with Nixotica and Charles, but I think just basing it off of the leaderboard performance and recent performances, I'd have to replace Nixotica and Cheese with Flimsy, because he's just been playing out of his mind the last couple events, and then also Cackney, because I feel like he's actually been practicing in recent times, but I feel like the names you mentioned could definitely be, I don't want to say dark horses, but some real top contenders, definitely top 8. I'd like to see them really push for it as well, because Cheese, if memory serves, in NAC had a few rather tragic rounds, dare we say, towards the very end, which I believe stopped him from getting into the grand finals, or maybe it was like he could have gotten. Maybe he was. I don't remember exactly. It's been so long. It's been the whole holiday season. Brain is mush. We're just getting back into it.
Maybe he's more of the Uma Musume of the dark horses. Who knows? Who knows what he'll pull off?
Sure. I only know of the game. I don't really know much about the references.
I don't play it. I just
horse girl game, right?
Did it on my that's the anime horse girl. I don't play it. Like I said, I just get like a few TikToks about it. There was a rap or something that was pretty good. So yeah, I'm ready to see how this plays out, though. I don't know.
Yeah, well, the stream has been able to hear the in-game noises for a little bit now, so let's actually hop into the in-game POV. You can see for now, for the rounds, I'm going to have Open Planet up just to have the too many spectators. Once we get into the actual group stage, the round robin for today, the Open Planet's going to be turned off, so don't worry about that. But you can see the author time, you can see the world record just above that. You can see right now Nixotica just warming up on the map. I think we're just waiting for the players to ready up. You can see we're waiting on one person out of the 16. I have no idea who, but we will figure that part out. Dummy not chatting for once, Helix asks.
Oh, no,
well, he's busy. Well, actually, we don't know because I hit chat. But no, he's chatting. He's the literal previous message in chat. So no, he is. But yeah, he is. He's still doing dummy things. Coming off of that second place victory in NAC. I believe that's been like the highest placement he's ever had for this kind of regional event. So from what I've seen, he seems pretty hyped up.
Yep, I'm ready to see how all of this plays out. These maps are, I've said about it with competitive maps and even just cup of the day maps, just getting a little bit more ridiculous. But these, it's so weird. Like, yeah, there's a lot going on, but it's how you go about traversing the map once you I was watching, like, once you start figuring it out, it just flows in a weirdly, how do I put it, in unnatural harmony. Does that make sense? Like, it's really good. They're good, but my God, is it a perilous journey?
Certainly, yeah. Actually, according to Randomize, the comp tools set up so that the whatchamacallit will not be needed. So I'm gonna trust him and just stop Open Planet right here. Hopefully it doesn't crash anything. No, we're good. Okay, so we're gonna be going into this just a little bit. You can see, I forget what's the keybind to hide chat without Open Planet.
That's a great question.
Randomize. I remember him telling me once.
I just disable the HUD.
Yeah, that works. Well, no, I'm gonna need the HUD. Here you go. But you can see the order of the map. We're gonna be starting off on Bug Spray, then going to Heavy as the Crown, Lichness, Epic Bacon, and then Lumi Vale. So we're gonna get a chance to see all of these maps. PC, you can see in chat, Bug Spray first, kill me. Bug Spray and the Nixotica map, Epic Bacon, are the two that I'm predicting to be the hardest to be consistent on in rounds. Raceland, you can see now the chat, yeah.
Dummy's with Bug Spray.
Dummy has been hard grinding Bug Spray from what I've seen. He's been posting a lot of clips of it in the players chat, in the general discussions. So, at the very least, I'm hoping good things. Yes, Alex, we're good to go. Asking in the
we've been good
chat.
To go.
We've been chilling. We're doing good here. Everything all set. And I think we're going to be hopping into it in about 15 seconds, starting off on Bug Spray. So who knows? Let's see if PC can overcome the tilt, as it were. As that is a weird map per se.
But think about it. Would you rather have your worst map first or your worst map like in the middle or last? Because in my mind, okay, actually no, I'd probably have it last. I don't know. Part of me says last. Part of me says first, just because if it's first, it's like, you get your steak dinner, right? You've got the steak, you've got the noodles, and then you've got like your peas or something, right? You're gonna go through the peas first. You want to get those out of the way, and then you go on to the noodles, and then you go on to the steak. So I think for me, this is what Bug Spray is. This is the peas. This is the peas of the plate. I want to get these done, and then I want to go on to the good stuff.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Actually, Neil giving a bit of insight personally. He seems to like his worst map in the middle, which kind of does make sense because you want a strong start and then a strong finish. Doesn't necessarily matter if you start off, but we now know that Randomize is a liar. the
no, really?
On the left. It's all right. The main reason I wanted too many players up is because my mouse scroll wheel's all screwy. But we'll stick around with this for now, because we're going to be having no Open Planet on later on, so we might as well just keep it off now. You can see right now on Bug Spray, a lot of wet plastic, a lot of bug slides. I think that's where Bug and Spray come from.
Probably, yeah.
This makes the most sense. Flimsy, as I predicted, is looking pretty hot right now. But again, this is just round seeding. It's nothing crazy quite yet. We're not going to have any eliminations officially until tomorrow, although by the end of today we might have maybe a few people who are mathematically eliminated, but you know, caster math, so no promises that we can figure that out. Oh, okay. 105 flat. That sounds fast. I don't remember the world record. I think it was a 104 high.
Well, AT is a 104.47, so I
Dummy,
believe
calm down. uh, yeah, yeah.
just
World
stop
record is a
being
104.7.
nervous.
That sounds about correct.
Yep. So nobody even has AT on this map yet. So we'll see if by the end of the competition, or maybe a day or two after, if somebody actually goes in and grabs that world record. To be fair though, in the world of competitive Trackmania, we do see a lot of players put a time on the leaderboard, but it is never their actual pace, because then they'll just take the map into the editor and run it there. So for all we know, somebody could have achieved the AT at some point and just hasn't publicly made that available. But if we do see it, I assume it will be done later on in the tournament. Right now, though, Charles leading it from Dummy by a quarter second. Dummy is kind of starting to lock in a little bit and actually kind of bringing the Colombian driver in as we get towards the end. It's a tenth between them. Dummy with that overtake, though, going into the bobsleigh just to get them around. We'll grab some reactor boost, and that will set us up as Charles does go into the pillar. He does have to go safe, and that will be Dummy.
Oh.
From locked out to locked in, picks up a 4.6. 4.6.
Why are we all offline?
Is everybody getting like new record notifications? I think they are.
I'm not quite sure, but see some pretty solid times here to start off. Let's check out PC. I know he hates this map. He has some pretty good times overall. He's in top 5, I believe, in the 1 or 2 of the maps. It's not this one, I can tell you that, but who knows what he's
No,
doing
it's certainly not.
But I mean, even then, he's currently like, what, top 6? 7. Okay, close enough.
Something like that.
Yeah.
He's up in there, you know?
So
he's close enough.
He's doing pretty good. He's fighting it out with Nixotica right now. You can see Flimsy, Fegley, a name that was recently returned to the world of competition. Charles and Raceland, someone who feels often quiet, like, but is who died? Is that Charles? That was not Charles.
No, that was not. That was yes.
Yeah, okay, Rip Flimsy. And Rip Charles as he clips
Charles.
right there. Raceland and Fegley, two names that you don't hear a ton of, at least in recent times, coming back with a bit of a vengeance. Fegley looking to overtake. He does get the more inside approach. 104.7. Okay. We got some serious times coming up here.
Yes, we do. And there's... this is just the start. You know, I fully expect... Seating. This is seating. Something happened to Cheese. He built it out a little bit. That's okay. I don't know. Something happened at the end. But we got three rounds down. We got 2 more to go. This one and the next before we move on up. Looking at point split, though, are we any big surprises there at the start?
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised Toto is as far down as he is. He's currently sitting in 13th place. Yes, Neil, everyone is on one server. Just for the seeding, we're playing 5 rounds on all 5 of the maps, and then we'll split off into rooms of just 4. So it'll get a little bit more organized later on. But right now, like I was saying, Toto, I believe he had some pretty solid times, but currently, I want to say struggling, because he's putting up decent times, but he's not battling out like the very, very top few. But it's just seeding. You know, we can worry about how people are going to perform in a real situation as we get into the day, and I'm sure we'll see at least the majority of these players.
Oh my god.
Wow, that was a close round.
That. Oh, wow, less than a 10th between 2nd and 4th, and just under 2 if you're looking at Fegley with a 105.005. Maybe won't make this. I kind of agree with PC. Kind of have to agree, you know?
Where is
Noisia. Wow. Some strong opinions on Bug Spray, but You're bound to get that. It's okay though. I'm sure it's all in jest as we get into that last round here on Bug Spray. As we look at the stand, or as I look at the standings, Raistlin on top, 54. Then it's Flimsy with 50, 46 with Dummy. Noisy's got 44, and Fegley just a point behind in 43. That's your top 5. Like we said earlier, everybody's going to be going through. This is more just a seeding match, but once we get into the action of today, we will see, what is it, the first 4 rounds of
Yep.
the group stage, the round robin, if you will. And then tomorrow it'll be Alex and Randomize that'll take over duties. That
Dummy! The slide. He's out of it for this round at the very least.
Yeah.
Well, it's only a little bit of points. You don't necessarily want that. Cackney currently up in the lead, looking to take some points. Raistlin has a lot of speed coming out of that plastic section. Flimsy not too far behind Cackney, going for the inside approach. I think he's going to be able to take the first place in this round.
Oh my god!
Whoa. Okay.
I was on board with Fegley. I had the perfect view. The perfect view of that. That was insane. That was coordinated perfectly. They both
Raistlin's pissed.
Can someone clip that, please? I need that. That was amazing. That was the perfect in sync. That looked like it was planned. Like they meant to do that.
And that's in chat. Remember, unnecessary chatting is against the rules. Good luck with this, crowd Nats. It's NCSA. We're gonna have the chatting.
God forbid we chat. Yeah, everyone. Oh god, but we go on to Heavy is the Crown. I think a fitting name for trying to become the king of NCSA. You look at all the players we have, all the talent in this entire half of the globe, and it does weigh on you a little bit, you know? Being the best.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have 2 former champions in the lobby even right now with Charles and Noisia. Noisia being the defending champion from the previous PATC, if memory serves, beating out Charles, who I believe won the prior 1 at the very least. Other time not having the best of time right there, flipping into the wall and just kind of doing a little bit of a side flip. And I don't know who that was, but someone just utterly lost all their speed to the clip there. But otherwise, this map in particular is a lot more tame. Bug Spray, again, in my opinion, is one of the wonkier maps. It's very, very funky, unorthodox almost. You have to just get bug slides and wet plastic consistent, which is a lot harder than it sounds, and it sounds pretty difficult.
Especially in this game.
Yeah.
It's never the easiest, but it seems right now the kings of consistency are running it, as we have some issues in the back. Cockney is built about a 10th and will make that risky finish. We did lose Charles in the meantime, so he fell way off. He was running second, but at the end, Cockney will take round 1. Nats crawling his way across the finish line, and Toto asking about the cruise control. Cruise control is... It's a little diabolical in my eyes when you put it on a comp map, because it almost messes up, because you get in sort of a rhythm with how the map is played out, with how you're supposed to be doing things, and then you just get the map just pulls on the proverbial leash and is like, whoop, hold on, not yet, okay, now you can go.
Oh, who just died, like, utterly? I swap over to Cheese's POV just in time to watch someone go flying over the checkpoint in the exact wrong way. Mayu, notably, in-game is, I believe, it has to be Liquid. That's the only person who I don't recognize the name. It has to be, because Liquid is on the lineup of players who's supposed to be here, and that's the only name that is unaccounted for. Notably, I believe started learning the maps last night or this morning, so don't expect too much from him. Go easy on him, chat. He's trying his heart out, and currently
Mayu is Liquid.
Yeah. Currently battling it out with Cheese. It's not doing the best, but
we'll beat Cheese.
He hit the bottom of the risky finish there. It doesn't even look like a finish. It took me forever to figure it out. Yeah, Mayu is Liquid. As chat confirms, you could see even, Charles not doing the best right now in terms of seeding. He's well, I say that and he went from 13th to 9th in one round. So what do I know?
We're just commentators. We don't compete. We don't play on a comp team at all. I certainly would never know. What would I know? But okay. A lot of death at the start. Good handful of drivers getting out of the way.
Fellas, come on.
No, if you make all your mistakes on an earlier map, then that means the later maps you won't make a mistake. I mean, have you ever played comp, Acrinator? I don't think you have.
Once.
That's totally what it's like. It's definitely not a cope. What are you talking about?
I feel like that's a really bad iteration of the gambler's fallacy.
I said, yeah, just one more spin, we'll hit it big. I promise.
No, that's Alex's job. He's got to gamble to get to double the prize money, as it were.
Well, if there's one way you can fund your prize pool, you might as well use other people's money, right? From the casinos. I don't see why not. But we're going to be gambling here very shortly as we get into the risky finish. As Noisia gets a last-second overtake on Nexotica for P2, less than a tenth or less than 100th of a second. That's a great round from them. Flimsy, Dummy, Tom, Toto, Charles in your top 8. It's good for Charles because, as you said earlier, I mean, he was 13th, then went up to 9th, and after the next set of points, he stays in 9th, but he does want to stay as high as he can on that leaderboard, maybe get a more favorable set of matchups early into those round stages when we actually do get into, I guess, the meat of this competition.
Yeah, where the points actually matter, because no one technically is going to get disqualified or whatnot just from having a bad seeding phase, although I'm sure some of them might want to be after this. But, you got to pick yourself up and just deal with it, man. I mean, we've had crazier comebacks in the past. Memories go back to the very first Pan American, where we had that battle versus Neil and Lingo, where it felt like anyone could have won it at any point, and Lingo ultimately took it home back then. A little bit of a... Does that count as history for a game as storied as Trackmania, going all the way back
to
of
course it does.
Of 2023? But
do we still talk about Carl Jr.'s rise to power at the first time he won ZRT? Yeah, we still talk about it. History is history, man. Doesn't matter what year. We can talk about where it all started back in 2003, also known as, the dark days. Or what was the day called when the Great Depression started? What was that? The Black Letter Day? Black Friday or something like that? No, what was it?
Black Friday is entirely different. That's
Well, no, I know that. I know it had a different name at one point. It was something. It doesn't matter. It all starts there. It's all the Deo's fault.
But all the chatting.
Anyways, back on.
It's not an NCSA tournament without PC complaining about the map pack. But to be fair, he has done it notably less this time around. I think it's just because the maps are really difficult. Like, these players, some of these players are making these maps look very easy. Some of them are rightfully making the maps look as hard as they are. But, that's difficult when we keep spectating the people towards the front. So let's spectate the man himself, currently in 13th place, so probably doesn't like all the precision, because this very much is kind of like a one-line map. There's a little bit of leeway here and there, but Pecunia mapped a very...
Whoa, that was weird from Nats.
Okay, yeah. But Pecunia...
Matt...
Okay, PC. Okay. Can't let
Classic.
Can't let the tilt get you. Those are points that you maybe could have gotten if it was just 1 point, but I mean, you take the 1 point.
Yeah, exactly. I will say, to kind of bring it a little serious, is that different maps in this map pack do favor certain driving styles. I know, like you said, with PC, it's been struggling. This is a one track mine sort of map, and PC definitely does prosper more in those a bit more open maps. I believe Lichness as well will be a little bit more forgiving in terms of where you're allowed to go. So this might be a good time for PC to reset and get back into the swing of things. But looking at everything, Cackney on top, 123, Raceland at 118, Noisia at 117, Flimsy's at 110, Charles is at 102, and Exotica just pips into the triple digits with a 101. And then from there, everybody has 2 digits at the start of all of this. So we're on the third map though. We are on the third map as there is more chatting going on.
Yeah, it's NCSA. There's always going to be chatting. The
Yep.
unnecessary chatting rule might not apply to our region just because it's all chatting. Their heads are going to explode if they don't chat. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's just
Yep.
a necessary evil, I suppose. They're all having fun with the chatting, maybe less so with the maps. But at the very least, in my opinion, this is one of the more normal maps. There's maybe a few gimmicks here and there with it, but this, as well as Lumi Vale, I found to be like more tame by comparison. They're still very difficult, but they're more standard mixed maps, you know what I mean? As opposed to like
Yeah.
bug slides and well, just wait until we get to the Exotica map because that's anything but standard.
Oh.
But I think that's coming up next.
I believe so, but I agree with you. This does feel more like your, I don't want to say run of the mill, but it's definitely one of your more standard just comp maps in general. You know, you got the ending here, that slalom, you got those very smooth transitions, maybe a little bit of reactor boost section. You got to have your penalty sander grass in there. So yeah, this and Lumavale are probably, I would say, the easiest of the
That's fair.
of the maps.
That's definitely fair. And we were saying like maybe PC prefers slightly more open maps. Let's take a look and see. Has the tilt's gotten to him? Hopefully not. It's always nice to see when players can drag themselves out of the gutter. Notably, and I'll point out the section when we get there, Noisia, when I was looking at the top 5, he has a slightly different line in one of these sections. It looks riskier. I think it's legal. It's not anything super crazy, but I think it's a more direct line that has the potential to give you airtime. But he's the only one in the top 5 that took it. Let's hop on board with Dummy now, right? I think we might have passed it actually. As the front
Yeah,
and the
I'm
back
sticking
of the
with
pack.
Flimsy. Well, Flimsy just got an overtake. So Charles, I guess, back with maybe we'll see that line. Never mind. Okay, I'm gonna stop spectating people. Other time, you want to drive it properly so I don't look like a total idiot. Great, good job.
Dummy currently battling it out with Flimsy. I think if the track was a little bit longer, he would have been able to overtake. He had more speed, but Flimsy maintains a 1 minute flat. Not a bad time. I believe world record is a 59 mid, I think. I'm just going off of memory here. But
potentially.
Something around there. I checked back in a couple hours ago before the stream to, refresh as these players will drive some online times. Some of these players sometimes will drive offline. It kind of depends on the tournament and how serious they're taking it. But let's hop on board, and we'll stay on board with Nixotica barring any crazy crashes. But he's usually pretty consistent with it. It's usually Nix is quite consistent, just lacks a little bit of pace compared to people like Noisia and Cackney who just send it like the hardest you've ever seen anyone send it before. And actually, speaking of sending it right now, yep, Cackney, there it is. Right there at that pull where everyone just went left, Noisia in his record. I believe if he's first or second in this map overall, but his PB actually goes to the right of that pull, which is weird because no one else does it, but it seems to be more direct. So if it worked for him, but it also has the risk, as you can probably see next time we go there, it has a light bump, so you have the opportunity to get more airtime there. The pack very close. Cackney actually gives up. Never mind. No, he maintains first place. I don't know how he did that. He went so far to the left.
He needed a little bit more exit speed. That's probably what it was. Just a little bit longer, a little bit less airtime. Maybe the steering angle was better to not scrub off as much speed. That was a very close round. I wanted to comment on what you had said about Nixotica, who's more of a consistency rather than pace kind of player. And in maps like this, where it is a very risky line, there are some slight changes you can do, like with Noisia, you said, going to the right of the pole rather than to the left. While it is important, obviously, to be quick, the rapidness of your race means absolutely nothing if you are unable to keep that going round after round. And in this, and like I said, certain maps, it's better to just be consistent. when
Yeah.
you have, even when you have, if we talk about larger competitions that have group stages or like a round stage like this, where you have everybody in one server all competing at the same exact time, it is better to just take a minute and not go for it, not go risky.
Yeah, and you could even see from Charles's perspective this round, Noisia didn't go for that line, even though his PB does have it. And a 59.4, that's still very fast. You can see the nice times coming into chat there. So, like, he obviously doesn't need it, and I think what you're saying is right, Legion, where going on the left side is definitely a lot safer, because if you get that airtime, you're probably losing a couple hundreds, if not potentially a whole tenth in that case. And in a pace-based map like this, which is, not as wild as some of the others in the map pack, where people are just going to send it, you kind of want to play it a little bit safe to make sure that you're not making silly mistakes.
Yeah, and also once we get into the next stage of this tournament, where we do have, I guess, the final seeds being set for these drivers, if you're making a lot of risks and you're getting a lot of mistakes thrown your way, you might have a lower seed, which, depending on how the brackets are generated, that might give you a more unfavorable matchup. And going into the round robin, points are going to be awarded 3 for first, 2 for second, 1 for third, and 0 for fourth. So maximizing the amount of points you can get, especially early on, will help you kind of build up a bit of defense when you get to, for today at least, the fourth round, because that's a lot of Trackmania to be playing in one shot. So we'll have to see how everybody copes with that as we do get through the final round here on Lichness, which we both learned is actually a flower. We didn't realize that. We thought Jordan was just making up words.
I mean, he still might. Who knows? He could have,
That's true.
added
That's
a
true.
website or whatever to say, oh yes, this is a flower from this region of the world or whatever. We don't trust Jordan in this house, and neither does Noisia,
No.
as he really didn't like that map apparently. Although he
But here
performed
we go.
reasonably well. Oh no,
He did.
This
This is epic bacon dipped in awesome sauce like a boss. We are going back to 2008. A lot of you watching were not even alive.
dummy.
Actually, no, because if he's, I gotta do math.
I think he was.
No, he wouldn't have been. If he's 17, he would have been born in 2009. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me
sounds
feel
right.
old. I don't like this anymore.
I believe Author Time is younger than him as well by like a year or two. So
Oh, good
we could have
God.
even had like an even younger infant with Mints if he actually was available to play, because I believe he's like 14, 15, whereas like Author Time Dummy are like 16, 17 by this point, if memory serves.
Yeah.
So,
But Nixotic is old enough to remember that.
Yeah,
all
he's-
the sauce.
he's up there
like
with
sauce,
at least me. I don't know how old you are, Legion, but
27.
okay, a couple.
So,
I
yeah,
got
I
a
was-
couple
I
of
was
years
there.
on you. Me and Randomizer are a little bit older than most of y'all.
I've noticed. But this map is by Nixotica. This is his map, and we were talking about this beforehand, is that it seems like in not every instance, but in a lot of competitions, you will have somebody who makes a map for it, but struggles on it in rounds. So we'll see if Nixotica is one such person right now in P3 at the moment, battling it out with Toto, which is leaving Charles with some free space to play with, but it has gone very, very well for the Halcyon driver as we are getting closer to the end. A lot of transitions here. This is not uncommon for Nixotica, but up into it. Toto will get the round win with a 1:06. Then it's PC and Nixotica. Charles, I think, falling off the platform a little bit there at the end.
I think so. This ending portion is actually quite difficult because if you didn't notice, folks, all those ending transitions were under a no brakes block. So you can't air brake to make it more stable. You just got to kind of deal with the nose dives and all that. And speaking of the menace himself, the guy who chose violence when mapping this, Nixotica, did pretty darn well. And like that consistency, again, it might hurt him on pace maps at times, but for maps like this, he's just as consistent, which is what makes him so deadly as a competitor, right? He really doesn't make a ton of mistakes, although there's that one famous clip of him losing, I think it was second place to PC in the first GDEX, but that was just a fluke,
One-off.
as it were.
One-off
It just happened to be on his own map, but but like That's just the mapper's curse, I suppose. Noisia currently up in the lead, but Nyx showing why he is so feared, not just as a mapper in this case, but also as a player.
Falls down to fourth. So now we are on to that section you talked about. Nyx right into the flag. That's going to be a flag on the play. Loss of points. Second down. Noisia will make the risky. Fegley does not. Fegley has to go for that safe. But, well, this is what happens. You glaze a little too hard, and it goes to someone's head.
Nyx now asking, who put that flag there? At least I imagine that's what he's thinking. But yeah,
Probably.
no, the no breaks transitions I think are just diabolical because there's really few ways to control that. You just gotta line it up and hope for the best.
Oh yeah, it's what I've found is in maps where you can't air brake and you have to do something to get car control. I just start wiggling the stick back and forth for my steering because it doesn't do much. Admittedly, in certain instances it really doesn't do a whole lot on the upwards or downwards pitching of the car, but sometimes it's just enough to slow it down a little bit. Obviously, it's more for the, lateral rotations, but even in vertical, you can get a little bit of stabilization. Not a ton, like I said, but it can be enough sometimes to make it work out a little bit more in your favor. So I don't think anyone's doing that, but I could be wrong.
It looks like Noisia is trying to steer midair. Cackney, however, gets a lot more speed. Noisia got like a minor clip there, so Cackney runs away with it. The very first round, he said, "I'm gonna try and survive this. If I do, I'm gonna buy a lotto ticket." And there you go. He's he feels like he maxed it.
Well, you got to go even farther now. You got to go for the 1 minute because that was a 101. So he's got to push it just a little bit more. We gotta get some truly rapid times here as we are on the penultimate round of Epic Bacon dipped in awesome sauce like a boss before we head on to what is it, Lumavale?
Lumavale should be the last one remaining, yeah. But thus far you can see, let's just take a look at the points. You can actually see a tie for second place between Noisia and Raceland. Currently that was Cackney up in the lead. No real surprises. I mean, Cackney's kind of been a menace over the past 10 months, give or take, that he's really started to practice tournaments. This is what happens when you practice, is you do well, as it turns out. Flimsy, on the other hand, had a clip somewhere towards the beginning of the map, and now he's falling a little ways behind. Charles has an awkward transition. Flimsy actually gets it really clean, so he's pushing up towards that 6th, 7th place position. Toto looking to overtake, though, coming into the final approach. No brakes here for the landing, so you just got to steer and pray. Flimsy does manage to get one overtake. I believe Charles, the one who messed up there, and Noisia really doesn't like the ending, despite the fact that he's consistently getting top 3. So I don't know what to tell you, bud.
Cackney did exactly what I asked. He got a sub 1, so we're good there. And I got to agree, with with Noisia. The ending might be impossible, but as long as you can do it, I feel like it's kind of fine. It's the trade-off is that it's a very hard, risky finish to do, but at the same time you're getting a lot of points for it. So that's just one of those, just swallow that pill and keep going.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's not much else you can do. This is the kind of map that really tests your patience as a player, in yourself, in the mapper, in just the universe in general, because oh my god, bro, I definitely did not clip that. Why did I lose 40 speed? But, it's fine. That's just the mindset of champions, and, well, that was PC, wasn't it? Which is face planted into the wall. So, speaking of tilting, please don't tilt PC. We're doing good. You're doing fine. Yeah, okay, well, Cackney, he didn't even get to the finish. I don't know what he's complaining about quite yet, and everyone's respawning, everyone's dying. And Nyx runs
comes
away.
Out of it. Wow, Mapper wins around his own map. Can we get an admin in here, please? That's clearly ridiculous. We can't do that. Insane. I'm surprised it took him this long to actually win around. I figured he would have won at least 2. And he almost did a couple times. He almost did. It's sad that he did not. So we will go into the last map, which is Lumavale for the group, or I guess the massive beginner stage, to actually set our groups up for the next 4 rounds of competition. Like we said, it's a round robin, so everybody's playing everybody, and we will only get to 4 of those today. And then those last 2, 5 and 6, that'll be for tomorrow, and then that'll, of course, put us into the actual bracket for the final leg of this tournament. Only 12 can go through. We may see some drivers eliminated early, should they drive poorly enough, but that'll be a problem for future us to deal with. It is Lumaville by Jekka, and Cockney has built the gap to Noisy of 7 points, 244 to 273, or 237, excuse me. And then Raceland's actually just a point behind with 236. So some very strong competitors pulling away, and then over 20 points down to Flimsy, and even more to Dummy and beyond that. So these last 5 rounds for some may be critical to get a better seeding into the round stage. But for right now, it's not as much chaos as we've really seen in the last few maps. A couple of crashes here and there, but for the most part, everyone's kind of keeping it pointed in a somewhat productive direction.
We're gonna stick on Cackney right now because he's on a run and a half. As I don't know how he's dodging some of these walls and the cruise control at the very beginning, but he's on a banger of a run. And right as I say that, Caster Curse, buddy, you gotta get your tinfoil hat out. We gotta talk. That's what we're here for. But whatever Toto gets, keep in mind Cackney was 0.15 faster. So that's pretty disgusting. That's pushing almost into 106 range, as Toto, I don't think, was expecting to... Oh, okay, yeah, no, he wasn't expecting to tie his PB either. And, well, Liquid, no, he's not going to get points. No, unfortunate.
I think what we need to do, you know how, like, some families have a swear jar? I think we need to have a Caster Curse jar, because we could probably fund the next several PATCs.
Tinfoil hats for everyone.
The stock price of aluminum foil.
I brought tinfoil to the first GDEX, specifically so that the players could stop complaining about it. But either way, getting into it again, Cackney up in the lead. To start things off, it wasn't really towards that very slow turnaround. Almost a 180-degree turn, I believe. It's like a very sharp 100, just about 50-ish degree turn, give or take. But to have a couple other people up there fighting with him: Noisia, Fegley, Charles. A couple of crashes here and there from Toto's perspective, but so far, semi-clean.
Yep, him and Noisia running up about a 10th between them. Charles is trying to get back into the mix, but he's losing a little bit of time each turn, so he'll just try to hold station there. He has 2/10 to Fegley and Exotica. And as we go into the finish, Noisia with the 106.9. Hello. Noisia saying, all right, Cackney, you were going to do a low 107. Let me show you how it's actually done. That's an insane run from him.
Liquid, get points. There you go.
Hey, there it is. Liquid's learning. I mean, he learned the maps anyways, obviously.
Yeah,
it's just
a couple hours ago, so we're not expecting...
Hey, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, we're not expecting the world from Liquid, but it's nice to see him finish. You know, as long as he's having fun, then we're all good here, which, you know, in some of these maps is easier said than done. But,
oh, yeah.
You know, let's take a look at the points while the players go. Again, you can see Cackney's kind of separating himself. 2 and 3, relatively stable. Flimsy, Charles, Exotica, Dummy, and Fegley a little bit further behind. And that leaves the top 8. Everyone else is, well, you know, my mouse scroll wheel doesn't quite work the way it should, but yeah, more or less what we would expect. Let's hop on board with Charles here, who's fighting for that first place spot with Noisia. 2 of the 4. He's
got some speed. Never mind. Oh, he immediately... Like, come on, man. That's not cool.
Oh, we didn't even get to finish the sentence. You're not allowed to crash yet.
No, Noisia, though. He's trying to claw back. He's trying to get around Charles. Not happening. Raceland sensing a little desperation, and as I say that, goes off course. And I think Flimsy may get the overtake. He does. So what can Charles put on the board here? It's a 107.1, so that seems to be... I don't want to say the average, but it is certainly top player consistent.
I love
And
it when
Charles,
you can tell these players are so tired. These are
yeah,
tough maps. These are really tough maps to be focusing for now, like going on
oh yeah,
45 minutes. Like, it's a
just about.
lot. And they still got 4 rounds to play, and keep in mind that's just going to be normal cup mode, playing the third place 120 points finalists and all that. So it's going to be a long day. We're expected to go into like dinner time here on the East Coast United States. You know, depending on everyone's time zones, it could change, you know, by a couple hours. But notably, Liquid was doing good until he clipped the cruise control. Then he was locked to a much slower speed than everyone else. But, you know, he was doing good up until that point.
He was, and I saw another death. I think that was Cackney. It was so. More pain and suffering coming in for him, and once again, I was about to say Noisia and Charles, but just as we were going into the next checkpoint, Noisia clipped a bit of scenery, so that puts him way back. Fegley is just there. He's there. He's battling with PC, someone who we've talked about in varying forms. Charles doesn't get that transition better than he could have wanted, but that puts PC in the lead. Fegley's got some more speed. Jumping over the inside goes the Canadian, where I can have a photo finish at the line. And it will be Fegley getting one on PC. 25 milliseconds. And that is going to be a great way to end this round here. We got one more to go, but what a battle there at the line.
Definitely is one last round, like you said. Let's take a look towards the bottom of the standings. It looks like we're missing one player. I don't know who we're missing, but we're missing someone. So, chat asks, is Liquid winning? No, Liquid is the exact polar opposite of winning. But that's okay.
He's winning in our hearts, which is almost the same
He's
thing.
the people's champion, and that's really all that matters at the end of the day. Because you know, coming into this with maybe going on 4 hours of practice, including, you know, the actual round seeding itself counting as practice, there's only so much you could have expected. These maps are cooked and a half. So yeah, he's doing pretty darn good, all things considered. But it's just that, you know, the other 14 or so players are doing better.
PC. All right. Well, PC. I'm on board with Tomburn right now, because we haven't really talked about him. That drift, it's that like sort of kind of uphill right. Tomburn was right behind him, and PC I think just got a no drift and just to the right, like not even close to making the apex. But Tomburn comes home in P8, and Flimsy clocks a 107-1 for the last round here of the point stage. And we won't, but someone far smarter than both Acrinator and myself will do some calculations, and we will see what the seeding looks like. But Noisia comes out on top, 301, and it's Cackney, Flimsy, Raceland, and Charles, your top 5. So, off to a pretty good start, I'd have to say.
Yeah, all things considered, we're going to have to take a little bit of time to let the TOs figure out all the math involved with the seeding, which realistically should take super long, because the comp tool is going to determine all of the numbers, and they just gotta, I don't know if TrackMania allows them to copy paste, but at the very least just type it all in. So we'll take a short break here, folks, give everyone some time to breathe, run to the bathroom, refill the water bottle, whatever you need, but don't go too far, because we'll be right back after this short break. back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first of the round robins here for the Pan America Trackmania Championship Season 5, day number 1. We're going to be getting through the round robin like we just said, and we decided that we're going to be watching match number 3 if you're looking at the master sheet, or ECM. I don't know if ECM is being updated fully. Sometimes they update just one ECM or the master sheet and leave the other one for after the fact because it's a lot to update it between rounds. But this match is going to be Dummy, Flimsy, Liquid, also known as Mayu in game, and Bad PC. So, you know, some of these players had better performances in the round seeding, as we just saw, than others. But I don't know, I feel like this one has the potential to be a really good match. How about you, Legion?
I would agree, especially just between, I would say, PC and Flimsy. I know PC was a little tilted there at the end, and I can understand that. I think now that he's had a chance to kind of take a step back, maybe, you know, get something to eat, get some water, just something like that to reset, I think he's going to start becoming a weapon as we get into the rounds, especially with this match in particular. I could also, like I said, Flimsy could also be an issue. I'm not 100% on Liquid or Dummy. Maybe there's a round where one of them takes some crucial points away from those first two that I mentioned, but I don't think that we'll be seeing them fighting for a win as often. I think every now and again there might be a round or two that gets thrown their way. We are playing to third, so we will keep going until we've had 3 people finally get their finalist status moved over to winner. We are starting here in just a couple of seconds. If you have any predictions, I'd love to hear it, Acrinator.
Oh, I think Flimsy's a pretty solid pick for that first place. You can see the map order here. We're going to start on Lumivale and Lichness, and then Epic Bacon, and then Bug Spray. That's a gnarly 2-map lineup right there. Third and fourth being those two back to back. Ugh. Okay, they really want to break these players' spirits.
You have to. You gotta do it early, because if you break the spirit early, you can rebuild them as a competitive god. At least that's what I tell myself.
But yeah, other than Flimsy getting first, which I think is a rather safe pick, I don't know, man. It depends on how tilted PC is. Dummy, it depends on how much he's just sending it, because again, I've seen a lot of clips of him just utterly sending it, and he kind of did the same thing in seeding, and it can either really work or really backfire. Liquid, sorry, but he's just here for fun, you know. I mean, like, he had 1 day to practice. He's a great player, he just did not have the time necessary to put it in, so he's fighting for 4th with himself. So prove us wrong, please. Absolutely, every single player here should prove us wrong, aside from Flimsy. I'm sure he wants to prove us right in this case, but, you know, he'll get that chance in just a brief moment as we're getting to this final warm-up before we start on, you know, one of the more tame maps. Not easy, not by any stretch of the imagination, but easy compared to the rest of the map pack.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's a good thing, to start off on one of the easier maps to get back into the swing of things. I mean, we were only gone for, what, 15 minutes? So, you know, that's not a ton of time, but that can certainly be enough to maybe get you out of the groove a little bit. So, easing the players back in comparatively. But going into this first round, it is Dummy and Flimsy fighting it out. Dummy was saying in the chat he's got 100 on the speed stat, but 10 on the consistency. Right now, though, he's really giving Flimsy a run for his money, as PC has to sit about 2/10 back. We did lose Liquid quite early on, and there is going to be a touch from PC. He's able to keep going, though. Lucky enough for him, and Flimsy starting to build that gap up.
Certainly, Flimsy, you can see he's going a lot wider in many of these turns just to gain as much speed as possible, and it really started to pay off there. Dummy has some gear issues, and he's dropping down 10ths at a time. PC, just judging by the splits, is not doing too much better. Not any major crashes, but I don't think he's going to be overtaking anyone barring a catastrophe on their parts. Less so really good driving on his. Dummy, yeah, pretty much all the positions. Just okay, Liquid, you good?
Nope.
Okay. We're just going to get off of that, so you can...
Hold on, what state? Georgian Internet XDD.
Georgian. Yeah. Well, I don't know. You can blame Atlanta, I guess, as...
Probably, yeah.
We might be pausing. Never mind. No, I think we're going. I think that's just
We're-
Liquid having some issues. I hope everything works out. But otherwise, Dummy crashes. PC and Flimsy left up towards the front, battling it out for that first place.
Well, this is probably where we're going to be sitting as we wait to see where, I mean, Dummy's 2.5 back. I don't think Liquid's has updated. Liquid's still at the start, so I don't know. Hopefully that gets sorted out quickly, because it's never fun to have the internet be your biggest op. But in the second round, it is PC getting a very slightly better exit. It's not enough to overtake, but Flimsy maintains that P1. Flimsy again doing sort of a wider line. PC had to go a bit more narrow, and that's going to be a bit of his downfall, as he has to release to get around that corner, and Flimsy right into the barrier. That's not going to do him any favors at all, and PC just has to cruise to a round win to get those 10 points, which he wants as desperately as he can, with a 108-108. Perfect time. Flimsy will get second. Dummy managed to almost catch up there by the end. And Liquid's doing something right now. I'm not 100% what Liquid's doing.
Yeah, I think Liquid is just trying to survive. I hope he's doing okay. Yeah. I mean, I know he said he was mostly just here to exist and have fun, but I don't know if he's having too much fun, as I think, yeah, we're going to be pausing. I don't know if Gabba was here. It looks like we are pausing just to make sure.
Yep.
So let's send it over back to the casting booth. Never mind.
No, we're good. No, we're staying in the match.
Back. Yeah, we're going back. Quick jump scare of the casters there.
Oh.
As it looks like everything is fine for now. 4 cars are on the track. Still 4 cars on the track, barring any rubber banding, but seems to be okay still right now. Is Dummy currently battling it out for second place. Flimsy, unsurprisingly, up in that first place position right now. Still in first place in terms of points, but that last round helped PC quite a bit. Although I don't think this round is helping PC very much, as he's battling it out for fourth with his own hands. I don't know. He doesn't have any hands anymore. They took him away from him.
He's battling out with the ghost of Trackmania Past right now, aka Liquid. But Flimsy and Dummy, this is great for them. We've obviously already seen some solid results here. Dummy's gonna maybe have more gear issues. He had that in that first round. Flimsy has been very consistent here, barring, of course, the mistake at this time. He's taking it a lot safer, and in doing so, he almost grazes the pillar on the left-hand turn. So he's able to keep it together, though. He'll get the transition nicely with a 107.3, and it's Dummy just behind, also with the 107. And PC and Liquid uttering his
suffering. Alex is in the lobby, though, so he can sort it out.
Yeah, he's
I
gonna
believe
do
in your router. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Alex. I don't think that'll help, though. Dummy. Oh no, or no, PC hotspot time. Argenbarger, get in here.
We need to call upon some, I would say, some higher powers to potentially help Liquid out with his endeavors.
Oh,
and
Dummy.
I got a few people in mind. Maybe some technomancers. We can call maybe the Adeptus Mechanicus. Maybe might help him out. We don't know.
Oh, but whoa, PC, what happened?
All right.
What PC. Just happened?
Sorry, I'm watching from the wrong POVs. I should be watching from. Somehow Liquid's in he wasn't second. Now he's somewhere else entirely.
He is in the nether at this point. Flimsy's just vibing. He's like, where is everyone?
This is supposed to be a round match? Thug it out. Honestly, that's all you can do at this point. Just try to play as best you can. I mean, Flimsy doesn't care in the slightest. Neither does PC. Dummy is right there with them. I mean, we talked about it in the what was it in the beginning of the tournament, that Liquid doesn't really have a lot of practice, and he's just sort of here for the vibes. And I mean, the best thing you can do when your internet's misbehaving is just to vibe.
I love Alex's help quote unquote in chat, maybe stop screen sharing in Discord. Oh,
No, we
God.
have to. You don't
You
understand.
need the peanut gallery as we go to the other chill map of the map pack, which is kind of sadistic to have these two maps at the very beginning because we know it's coming up third and fourth. I would say God help these players, but I don't think he can at this point. They're just here to suffer. They need to get to 120 and get the hell out of Dodge, apparently.
I know.
As,
We're not even a quarter of the way. We're about to be though with this round though. Flimsy just has to finish in order to get the quarter way there. PC and Dummy won't be close, and of course, Liquid's just doing Liquid things right now. But first round here on Lichness, it is Flimsy's game right now. 10-point gap to second place, and then 13 down to Dummy. So this is a great start for him. PC as well, trying to shake off some of the rust that we saw in these in those seeding matches. Was not too kind to him, as he is just sitting right on top of Flimsy. They're going to be even through the checkpoint. Dummy's trying to risk it a little bit, and he will tag the wall there. That's going to kill his speed, and that's going to take him out of contention for P1. PC running it a bit wide. He does get that overtake, grabs the reactor boost first, but he is going to go a little bit too high. But I think Flimsy got it a little bit rough as well, and they continue to hold on. Up the hill we climb. We are closing in on the end of the map here. It is PC with a little bit of a break tap to make the corner, but Flimsy comes back with a bit more speed, but it's not going to be enough. The Canadian's going to get to the jump first and to the finish with a 1 minute point 318. 5/100ths of a second between first and second. What a round that was.
Yeah, we talked about, like, we're not sure if PC is going to be doing too well. And that's mostly just, like, mentality. Because he does tilt, and he tilts very hard when he does. So we worry about him, right? We want the guy to have fun at the very least. Because we know that he's an insane performer. When he does perform, he can easily make it to the grand finals of this event. He has before. I don't know where Liquid went, but he just got banished to the Shadow Realm once again.
I think he got a nose slide there.
Something like that. But, PC currently looking to overtake Flimsy as he touches the wall there. Dummy this time has a much better round, but PC has a lot of speed. I don't know where he found it, but he's keeping it right now. Dummy maintaining that first place position, but it feels like every single checkpoint PC gets just a little bit closer every single time. 100th here, a few milliseconds there. He's going very inside on the reactor section, but there's only so much track remaining. He is stabilizing,
Dummy.
but Dummy gets a little bit of airtime. PC, however, I think dropped a gear, at the very least oversteered, and I think Dummy's going to run away with the first place for this round at the very least.
That was looking, I think I don't know if PC maybe panicked a little bit. He saw the gap come down by a couple of tenths, or if he's playing with HUD off. That was looking like a really good round.
Hey,
speaking of good rounds, Liquid not in last. Look at that.
He more than doubled his points with that single round. Brings a tear to your eye. Unfortunately,
It really does.
Unfortunately, his router seems to be working against him at basically every single turn, unfortunately.
Dummy taking shots at Flimsy. Wait, you lost to the teleporting guy? How'd you get on Onyx? That's crazy work.
Oh dear. Ooh. Everyone's in the mud besides Dummy right now. PC less so than everyone else, so maybe he can steal that second place spot away.
And he will. He will. Dummy went right into the pillar. So what was looking as almost a full second ahead of second place has gone completely sideways as it's 4. So this is now a battle between Flimsy and Dummy for second place. Right now, Dummy is getting the better of the two, though. His gap is 6/10, a little bit more, as we just barely see PC disappearing into the distance. He's not even close enough for us to see his name tag, at least from Flimsy's point of view, and he will just jump through the finish. Dummy as well has enough speed, and Flimsy will make it. A 101-101 for PC. It sounds like I'm speaking to a robot. A little binary going on, but this has been sort of all over the place. PC takes the lead over Flimsy by 2 points, and despite Dummy's best efforts, he has not been capitalizing as much as I think we would have expected.
Yeah, definitely. To answer your question, Liquid, if you're listening to the stream in the background, yes, VODs are on. So don't worry about that. We have you're teleporting and whatever the hell you were doing last round on camera, sometimes in the background, and it looks hilarious. Okay, yeah, I forgot. He's rubber banding quite bad, so we're not going to do that. PC seems to be in the mud. So, Dummy seems to be in the mud. Flimsy is just moisturized and in his lane, and that is the correct lane, and he's the only person in the correct lane this round, as it seems, as Dummy is really trying to claw back that first place, so he had a more commanding lead at the start.
Oh, it's getting so close, though. They're right next to each other as we go into the next set of checkpoints. Dummy with the overtake, up by a 10th now. I believe these guys are going to be teammates for the Trackmania games. They are rocking the USA skin, which I'm personally a huge fan of. Love it. And that will be Dummy's round, a 1 minute, 0.7. Flimsy in second in the 101s, and then PC is a long way back. Dummy questioning whether it's the mapper's fault, the map's fault, or the driver's fault. Ooh, horrid. I haven't seen the word horrid used in a while. 2 R's though. Liquid, that's okay. Spelling is hard. I get it.
It's alright.
I will say the point split of 10-7-5-3 is definitely something that we do see a lot of opinions about, and it's not something that I think we really talk about much in competition, is how points are allocated. I know the standard, I guess, is 10-6-4-3.
Yeah.
We try to switch it up every now and again. I know I did a tournament that had I think it was 10-7-5-4. That was a mess. But I mean, we can't just change it. But we'll see, though. It's
we're stuck
going into the first. We are going into the first round of Epic Bacon. Flimsy and PC sitting at 59 apiece. Then it's Dummy at 56, and Liquid's just here for moral support. But we got a few rounds to play here on this map, and still a long way to go. It's a 120-point limit with finalists, so even when you get to that threshold, you still got to do it for a little bit longer. And of course, this will play into that round-robin table. That'll set us up for the next day of competition, where we will have the 5th and 6th rounds of this round-robin format, and then, of course, the knockout stage as well. But after the first couple of checkpoints, the first 30 seconds of this map, Dummy and Flimsy leading it hand-in-hand, 0.04 of a second. I saw PC get a little bit of a clip there, and he's going to mess up that turn, so that puts him out of this round. Dummy and Flimsy. Dumsy, that's the ship name, boys. We are going into the finish, though. It's that no break that we have seen so many people get absolutely crunched by, but Flimsy goes with a 1 minute 3 and a 101 there for Dummy. We are in for quite a delight if the Dumsy keeps it up.
Oh, so cursed. Guaranteed Mince is having a better day. Okay. It's alright, folks. They will survive. Maybe not for too much longer than today, but you know, it's fine.
It's like I always say, what doesn't kill you probably isn't trying hard enough.
Well, certainly Nyx, if he wasn't playing in his own match elsewhere in this round, he would probably be laughing in the chat, as it were. But PC, despite all the complaining, no surprises here, he is doing quite well. Not the no surprises part being that he's doing quite well, not that he's complaining. I mean, if you ask Alex,
damn.
No. Alex is the one who gets salty with PC's complaining. I don't have to deal with it. I just get to cast over his gameplay. And despite a few clips here and there, he is still doing quite well. I mean, you look like, for all the chatting, he's in second place overall with the points, so maybe it's just his fuel, you know? It's his engine heating up. But Flimsy is getting heated up right now, Dummy, please. Aim. Heart attack averted.
Dummy can aim. Not well, but Dummy can aim. You need to specify what you mean when you say aim, because you can't just throw like an arbitrary word out there. But it's another 10-pointer for Flimsy. Dummy with 70, PC keeping it nice with 69, and then Liquid.
And then Liquid.
That's all we gotta say. And Liquid.
He's here. He's in actually fighting for first right now. Take a screenshot. This may never happen again with his router being the way it is today.
I know. He's actually nerfing himself.
It wouldn't be fair if he came in with a couple hours of practice and then won everything, you know?
No,
he has to keep
you'd
up
really
the
have to
ruse
question.
that he is,
Yeah,
in fact, not Carl
that's what we're
Jr.'s
calling
younger
it.
brother or something like that.
Oh my god. Well, it's thankfully we're kind of back to some regular competition here. We have Flimsy and Dummy once again running in that 1-2. PC just kind of stuck to look in the background, and that turn around there. He's getting that airtime. He's just going a little too inside. It's not a lot to throw him off course, but it is just enough to keep him from actually gaining anything but into this risky finish we go. This is really close between Dunsey and Flimsy. Flimsy he is going nose down, as much nose down as you can onto that platform. It almost looks like he's going to flip over himself, but it will be another 10 points. And it is 7-5, Dummy and PC. So Flimsy building that gap right now, which is great for him. That gives him more opportunities ultimately by the time we do get to 120, which will probably be in, I'd say, a couple maps time.
Yeah, if Flimsy keeps playing like he did last round, he could get it like by the end of next map and potentially close out finalist next map. If my math is correct, what round are we on here? Doesn't say. Great.
4.
Thank you, Comptool.
I'm gonna say 4.
That sounds correct. Yes. However, PC, again, he's a good player. He just gets in his own head a little bit too often. But I mean, like, he's leading by a not insignificant amount. Now he struggles with this section right here, although it looks like he got it very clean.
Beautiful.
And Flimsy as well, it seems to be struggling. He's about half a second behind, although he's gaining on Dummy. And actually you can see him in the camera from POV of Dummy. So we'll see. PC, can you hold it clean? That's a beautiful nose down, but Dummy, not so much the case. And PC sets a new lobby best time. Again, for all of this, for all of the chatting, he's a solid player. And I want to emphasize that. Like, he absolutely has the opportunity here to make a comeback, and it's not even like a big comeback because he's keeping it close the entire time. You would think for all the complaint, I mean, like, Liquid has all the reason to complain. Let's be fair here. Like, he came in with no practice. His router is dying. Like, I don't think you want your internet to commit honorable or dishonorable seppuku at this point, you know? But he's a trooper. He's getting some points on the board. Respect.
Well, Liquid did say that it's very hard for him to play. So, what was the exact quote? I would feel bad to leave mid, so I won't for y'all. So, Liquid's actually going to stay. He's not going to just leave, but it'll still be around again for that moral support, which is great. But we are on to the map of all time, which is going to be Bug Spray. Flimsy at 96 points, and then it's PC with 82, Dummy with 82, or sorry, PC with 84, Dummy with 82, and then Liquid with 11. But we still have a little ways to go, as we do see, I believe that was Dummy making a mistake. Yes, it was, so he's fallen back already. And Flimsy leading the way once again. PC staying close behind, about quarter of a second, and it seems as though Liquid's internet has actually decided to cooperate, so he is
PC. What was
getting to play the video game. No, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, PC, the great line from him to get this overtake. This is going to come down to, I think, to the last checkpoint, maybe.
Quite possibly. PC gets a little bit of an awkward exit out of the bug slide there, but he does maintain enough speed. Flimsy not quite able to overtake, and keep in mind, I believe these two are playing together for Duo Cup, if memory serves, next weekend. I'd have to double check the master sheet there, but PC almost doesn't matter because he's going to be able to defeat Flimsy here, barring any crazy mistakes, or Flimsy really risking the bug slide, but I don't think he's going to get the opportunity. PC, where are you going?
Oh,
where are you going?
No.
He threw it away! He didn't have the setup for the bug slide.
Way.
He had it in the palm of his hand. I think he just didn't have the setup for the bug slide, so he knew he had to go safe. And that's tragic, man. That's tragic. It was in the palm of his hand. And now he's tied for second.
He is. That is the one thing I do actually like about the risky finish, is that it's what could have been done by Jacka is just put a ring or a full gate across the road, but he didn't. What happened instead is that it's actually on the right, I would say, or the leftmost third of the road. So you have to go over to the side, and that does, of course, change how that turn is taken, as PC doesn't get the best drift there. But I really do enjoy those little nuances, those little subtleties like that. And I think that's what happened to PC. Just had a bit of brain lag and ended up going a little too inside, forgetting that he kind of needs to get rid of the reactor boost before anything else.
Yeah, and well, Dummy said last round was the closest round to bug spray ever. I think this round might have it beat, as Flimsy's just chilling. Everyone else is in their own universe at this point. There's a solid 5+ seconds separating almost everyone. Flimsy another free 10 points. Dummy
Yep.
will be able to finish, which is more than I can say for Liquid, unfortunately, but I mean, he got to 14 points. Feels like I'm playing slow-mo. I feel for you, Liquid. There's unfortunately not much anyone can do for you right now other than...
Obligatory Riolu comment. Aha.
I wasn't even thinking that. We're so far separated from that. Can you imagine
Oh my God,
that we're
true.
coming on like almost 5 years as of May, I believe, right? It was May of 21?
Yes. Yeah,
That's
I
crazy.
believe so. I know.
Whoa.
PC. Well, a little bit of slow-mo might have helped with that turn. As once again, Dummy going into the lead here, and this could be another round for him.
Possibly, yeah, and I mean, he certainly needs it because he's still fighting PC for that second place overall in the points. Now, Flimsy,
Flimsy has to finish this round.
He just has to finish because I believe fourth place gets 5 points, right? That was the repetition.
10-7-5-4, I think is what it was. I have to double check. It was in the chat. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Okay, it was definitely before this. I believe it was 10-7-5-4. So yeah, as long as he gets to the end, Flimsy will be on finalist, and if you're Dummy, you'll gain 10 points over, or 10 points on your scorecard, and he will clock in a 104.9, so pretty close to Flimsy's current server best of a 104.8. A lot of mistakes in this round. I mean, PC 11.5 seconds off the top spot. That's surprising, but that will put Flimsy onto finalists. So first round, first attempt at Flimsy to close it out to gain a crucial 3 points in this round robin stage.
Certainly, but as we've seen, Bug Spray is not the most forgiving map when it comes to mistakes. And there have been rounds where Flimsy has made some of those mistakes, and Dummy or PC have been able to capitalize on that. Of course, now the pressure is on. The number is red, so obviously everyone's mindset changes. Right now, Dummy risking, as we know he can and likes to do in this current map pack. He's really pushing for that outside line, has a little bit more speed, currently in that first place spot, and I guess all it took is someone to be finalist for a semi-clean round, and Flimsy really pushing for that, closing it out. The PC now playing spoiler.
PC's a little shaky there, and there goes Dummy on the side of the balance beam, if you will. Flimsy's gonna clip the inside a little bit. He's got a bank on PC not getting the bug slide, but he will go and get it with a 104.7, and Flimsy ducks into the safe finish. He'll take those crucial 7 points away from Dummy, who does have to go for 5, and 3 goes over to Liquid. So first attempt doesn't go his way, but there is still, at the very least, 2 more after this. So we'll switch maps over to Heavy, and we'll see if maybe this goes a little bit more in Flimsy's favor.
Dummy, I don't think that command works in this circumstance, but yeah, I'm sure these players are quite willing to be done with the wild maps, even though we're guaranteed to go back to maps 1 and probably 2. I don't know if we're going to go back to Bug Spray and Epic Bacon, as it would be impressive. I'll just say that much. I don't think we're going to be getting there anytime soon. Whereas, Flimsy has a serious chance to either finish it out or choke terribly. We're going to have to wait and see, as Dummy currently up in that first place spot. It's a very clean start. Flimsy a little bit less than 2/10 behind, but looking to overtake, goes very wide for speed, and that seems to be a common factor in Flimsy's lines here whenever there is more than just a singular line, which, to be fair, this is a quite precise map, so it's impressive that Flimsy's able to find the lines that he is to get just a little bit more speed.
It is, and right now, I mean, even if Dummy finishes in first, he's going to be 1 point short of that finalist, so we'll have another extra round. But this is great from the two future teammates as we duck through another set of checkpoints. There is barely anything separating these two drivers. We are closing up on the end here. Some of these more precise transitions to get it right, but Flimsy still ahead. Dummy's going to maybe look for a move down the inside, but into the risk we go, and Flimsy will get it done. First round here on Heavy is the Crown, and that will be it for him. He can sit back and relax. 7 points goes to Dummy for 116, tied with PC. So second place. This is going to be basically 2 more rounds, because when they both cross the line, I mean, barring, Liquid turning up for some reason or another, we will have double finalist, and then from there it just becomes 2 rounds to see who can get second and then third. But who knows? I mean, right now Liquid is running in second at the moment. The internet cooperating as PC with a very unusual DNF there, so that'll take him out of the round, which means
DNF?
That he DNF'd. Yeah, I don't know if I think he made contact with something, or I don't know what happened there, but
reflex
PC.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yep. I've been there. I completely understand. So Liquid, could we see the first 10 points for Liquid today? I don't know. He's got a second and a half. Do you think he can do it?
I think definitely. I mean, last round was very clean for him. I believe he got 3rd place. So I see no reason as to why Liquid cannot. Yeah, that's 10 points. Wow. Nice and easy. And Dummy doesn't even have to go for the risky because there's no one else on the track. I'm sure PC's kicking himself right now as
yes.
He could have been in a double finalist situation. But Liquid, fingers crossed, knock on wood, seems to be having more stability in his internet.
Yes.
And this is definitely one of the more forgiving maps. It's precise, but other than being precise, which I think Liquid is pretty good at, as we've seen thus far, he has a chance to play spoiler. It'd be really funny.
Whoa!
Well, that's less funny, than what I was trying to allude to. Let me finish the sentence before I curse you, Hey. But either way, PC now has to play spoiler to Dummy, has to deny just 1 round, and then they're in a double finalist situation. And actually, PC's the only one who can do it, because Liquid fully DNF'd. I mean, it's not really like he cares about the points at this juncture, but...
Oh, there's Dummy with the hit.
Yeah, so I think we're... Yeah, Dummy fully... He didn't even respawn, he just backed up.
Gotta make sure that reverse gear still works. Oh, man. But PC, this sets us up. Acrinator, double finalist. Someone gets second, someone gets third, and then we will be all set here. It's just a question of who's it going to be, Dummy or PC. I mean, where's the head game at? Where's the mental game at?
Oh god, at this point, I don't know if it really matters about the mental game, because when you're in that double finalist situation, for PC at least, he knows he could beat Dummy. But Dummy also knows that he can send it harder than anyone else, so honestly, I'd be more interested to see what Liquid's determination is under these circumstances, but his determination takes him out of the track entirely in PC.
Oh, PC!
Oh dear. Dummy doesn't even need to risk it at this point, but let's see if he does. I know he plays with HUD on, so unless he makes a silly mistake, and sometimes he listens to the stream in the background. I don't know if he is right now, but I feel like he knows. He doesn't look like he's risking.
He's got 2 seconds right now over PC. Like you said, there's no reason to risk. Just drive
Dummy.
The car. Oh,
Dummy.
no. Okay. He only lost a 10th. He only lost a 10th. Somehow, despite a wall hit like that, he did only lose. Okay, now it's a couple of 10ths, but
I don't think
he's still... No, PC was having troubles there on that next set of transitions. So Dummy will come home in P2. He doesn't even have to air brake. He can take the safe finish as PC.
Respect.
Okay, guys, PC is on world record pace. Can he make the risky?
Yes, apparently.
Yeah, just about. Just about.
I respect that style points golf clap. But I mean,
it is.
I think this upcoming is the last round, unless we swap maps.
Yes.
Yes, we're swapping maps. Okay, so we're going back to
Lumavale.
Lumavale, yeah.
Yep. One more time, one more round. Unless Liquid decides to pull out the comeback of all comebacks and get,
Please.
what is this,
That'd be
90,
funny.
he has to win 10 rounds in a row. Can you imagine, really quickly,
Oh god.
being PC, right? You know, and, you know, getting close to finishing in second, but just, you know, coming up a bit short. And then the guy who's been lagging and effectively trolling for the entire duration of this comes in, beats you 10 times in a row. How would you recover from that? I mean, genuinely, how would you recover from that? Would you recover from that?
I don't think you could. For now, until any major mistakes, we're gonna follow all. Okay, the rubber banding does not work well with the follow all camera function, but for now, it still works well enough as PC. Just barely in the lead, but Liquid, as it turns out, when his router is not on fire, is pretty good at the video game. Who would have thought? You know, he wasn't invited for nothing. He wasn't a backup for nothing. I thought that was a crash, but that was a rubber band. He is losing a little bit of speed, but it's only hundreds, and actually he's gaining now. I don't know where he found that speed.
Oh my god, there's no way. If Liquid actually if his internet can lock in long enough, oh my god, he might execute Order 66 here, as he is just 700ths away from PC.
That's so much
That's
speed.
a really weird line there. That's going to lose him some speed, but this turnaround, it's perfect for both of them. PC's still ahead. He's gathering a little bit more room as the rubber bands come back to constrict Liquid, but it's not going to be enough. PC's going to finish it off in P3, and that could have been quite the round. That could have been something special.
It absolutely could have been, and honestly, props to PC for keeping it together there, because Liquid really did push as hard as humanly possible, given the circumstances, and those kinds of situations can be scary when it's like, oh, this is an easy win, and all of a sudden they're like less than a tenth behind you. Like, it's really
I know,
easy
I was
to
surprised. I was expecting either PC to crash or like Liquid to be stuck in dial-up, but we got a good round. We actually got like a competitive round out of somebody who was not competing really at all. I mean, no offense to the guy, but you know, it wasn't in a position to be a problem, at least with this, and we'll see how that plays out for the rest of this stage of the game. But outside of that, top three though, that was really good. That was very good competition. It was close. There were some gaps there that were built, some constrictions of the points. But I think overall we had a pretty good preview of potentially some finalist drivers. Who knows, depending on how this tournament goes.
Yeah, certainly. So we're going to take a short break as the admins get everything set up for the next round of the round robin. We're going to try and get some new players, fresh faces on camera with a little bit more focus than we got to see in the seeding stage. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back in just a few short minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished up round number 1. We're actually going to be following Dummy once again to his next match coming into round number 2 of the round robin. Actually, while we're here, we can even hop over to the screen share screen so we can see the master sheet. You can see the matches on the left a little bit. It's a little bit cut off, but oh well. Match number 1, you can see that we're not going to be seeing is Noisia, Fegley, Bad PC, and Maddox. Cackney, Charles, Author, Time, and Liquid for match number 2. 3 is Flimsy, Nixotica, Tom, Burn, and Nats. And then the match that we're going to be following is Raceland, Dummy, Toto, and Cheese Lover, aka North. You can see the positions here up on the I don't know what you call this graph, I guess. This big thing right
chart.
here. Yeah, we'll call it that. It's a chart.
Yep.
One
should specify that the lower number is better. So think of it like golf, right? The lower the number, the better you're doing. So when you see 4, that doesn't mean that somebody scored 4 points or they got 4 points for their match. It means they finished 4th.
Yeah, that is the position they got against that person, so to speak. So Noisia won his match versus Charles, Tom, Burn, and Cheese. So you can see he gets the 3 1s here, and then so on and so forth. You can see other people got those positions versus Noisia, yada yada. Math that we don't have to worry about because the TOs are so graciously doing it for us. You should be able to hear in the background that the players are all in the lobby. They're getting all set up. So let's hop over into the in-game POV. And, well, Legion, predictions for this match might be a little bit harder than the previous one.
I know, you're right, because, as commentators, we have to be objective here. We can't really take sides. Although, uh, the meme answer is gonna be my boy Cheese, part of Split. I gotta support him regardless. I'm a ride or die fan with my sports teams. Through thick and thin, I don't leave no matter what. I'll only support one team per sport. I'm spoiled though. I'm from New England. We got the Patriots, we got the Bruins, the Celtics, the Red Sox. We don't talk about the Revolution. They're not really a good soccer team. But anyways, very ride or die. So anytime I'm in a commentating and I see that I got someone from Split, I'll support him. But if you want like a legit answer as to who I think will probably do the best, I would have to just say Dummy based off of the performance. Although I think Raceland could play spoils of that because I believe, won his round or his match. So I think Raceland will have a pretty good chance.
Yeah, I would have to predict Raceland is going to come out of this in first place. I think it's going to be a hard fought first, and then second place, I think it's going to be a very close match between Toto and Dummy. It's hard to say, but Cheese really only having a couple of days to practice. By that I mean like over a week, but still maybe not as much. I believe he was coming in as a replacement for someone else, if memory serves. I don't have the thing up actually. The match is trying to get started.
So
I don't have. No, I don't have it up anymore. I used to have the rulebook up, but I think that's the case. Yeah, I think it was Bad PC and Cheese who were the two that were replacing other people who couldn't make it. But it looks like we're getting into which map was first? I saw it pop up, but I wasn't really paying attention. Lichness. Okay, so we're starting off on one of the easier maps, and then slowly moving over to the crazy ones as we get there.
Yep, we'll start it. I mean, I do appreciate that. I like how we're able to ease the drivers in. It's like the calm before the storm, if you will,
yeah.
of this, where it's like, hey, it's gonna get a little bit nuts, but we're gonna just give you a chance. We're gonna let you, get a little comfortable, and then we'll throw you into the deep.
Okay.
As we have already off the bat, a bit of an error there for Cheese, but that's all right. First round, still a lot of things to play, a lot of rounds to be done here. But Dummy and Raceland and Toto keeping it very close, just a little over a tenth between them. Raceland and Toto, look at them right side by side as they go through these checkpoints. Dummy falling off the pace a little bit, but I can't remember if this was a map that he struggled on a bit, but this certainly is one that Raceland and Toto are absolutely comfortable on, as they are just tearing it up as we get through the last checkpoint. We'll climb that dirt hill around the hole in the ground, and as we drop the gear onto the grass, we'll grab a little bit of that quarter pipe, and I think Toto will just have it at the line. Yes, he will. 0.05 of a second. We'll see Toto take that P1, and it's Raceland, Dummy, and Cheese. Eventually we'll cross the finish line sideways.
A little bit of a buzzer beater there, but he got there eventually. Yeah. The points have been made. And Dummy, of course, now realizing that Raceland and Toto are playing together in Duo Cup next weekend. I don't think Lichness is one of the maps that's carrying over to Duo Cup. I could be mistaken. I haven't really researched that yet, because most of my research for the maps went into this, as it was more pressing of a matter. But Cheese, falling a little bit further behind, but the other three are right on top of each other. Toto falling a little ways behind. Dummy fighting for that first place spot, but Raceland not really willing to give any quarter right now. At the very least, Toto getting a bit of airtime. Let's hop on board with Dummy once again, as he's falling maybe a few milliseconds behind from where he was before. Oh, but Raceland is going to fall very far behind, so much so that my voice cracked halfway through that, as Dummy is going to be taking the 10 points, barring, another catastrophe, and Toto, solid second place. I don't think Cheese is going to be able to overtake anyone. He's just kind of existing. At first, flimsy PC, now this. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, Dummy, you take the 10 points and run, Cheese.
Jeez.
That's, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just hopped over to Cheese right as he went into the barrier, so he will have to unfortunately DNF. But Toto taking the lead with 17, then it's Dummy at 15, Raceland at 12, and Cheese not being able to make it to the finish line, so no points will be awarded. So we get into the third round of 4 on Lichness, as we do see Cheese getting a bit of airtime there, a bit of a bump, if you will. So that might put him out of this. I mean, Raceland, Dummy, and Toto are kind of just doing their own thing right now. And it's shown beautifully as we head down the dirt onto the grass. And it will be Dummy just holding it. A couple brake taps here to keep the car on a productive path here. But that does give Raceland a chance to overtake. Toto sticking his nose in here. But not enough speed on the exit. It was a little awkward for him, actually. I think he missed out on maybe a couple hundredths there, and that's going to set him back even further. Raceland, though, the consistency is paying off as that gap is staying about the same. I know it's closed up 7/10 through the checkpoint, but it actually lost a bit in the end, so a 1:03 for Raceland. But you think if maybe there was a little bit of extra space there, could Dummy have gotten the overtake?
Ooh, I don't know, man. Toto was actually very close to over. Oh my god, they're all tied. Toto was very close to overtaking Dummy coming out of that final grass section, but he had some very slight gear issues, and it prevented him from really gaining anything. He didn't lose too much from Dummy, but he could have gotten a couple extra points at the very least. Raceland, though, showing that he's no pushover. He's a bit more of a quiet name. When you think of like the top players in NCSA, you don't necessarily immediately think of Raceland, but he's always up there. He's always like really strong when he does participate. I think there was a brief period of a few tournaments where he wasn't playing, and that might have contributed to us kind of forgetting that he's a powerhouse in his own right. You know, he's up there oftentimes when you think of like the older tournaments, playing against Neil and Exotica and a lot of these older names in the grand final. So, oh dear, Toto isn't necessarily going to be having fun with that bump, however, and Dummy is far too far away to really do anything, and the gears are certainly not helping him. So Raceland, solid first place.
God.
Where did Toto go?
Toto went straight into the pole. Okay. I mean, that was going to be a great ending from Dummy as he managed to get a straighter exit. But, oof. That is.
Oh, there we go. There it is. I found the chat hide thing. It's a little button on the side. I was like, wonder what that is.
Which button on the side?
There's a little chat bubble. I pressed it and chat went
away. How do I bring it back?
I don't know.
Damn it. Hey, chat, can someone help us?
Well, I don't need to bring it back.
Well, I need it. I need to see. I need to know who's trash talking. But on to Heavy's the Crown. After 2 maps of competition, 8 rounds apiece, it is 32 for Raceland. Then it's 29 for Dummy, 25 for Toto, and 11 for Cheese, unfortunately. But still, a lot to play for. Someone says F4. That's a lie.
No, that is that's Open Planet with the better chat thing. It is F4 for that, but not for normal chat. I forget what it is.
Too busy watching the Panthers. Oh, poor man.
Toto,
right, anyways,
coming off to a really nice start. He's
very good start.
Literally everyone else. Dummy in second place, but Raceland not too far behind. Cheese, he's there. He's on the map somewhere, just not next to the other drivers.
He's peering in. He's not close enough for first place, but he is bringing the fight to Dummy. But he's going to go very wide there on the plastic reactor, but that will just bring him right back in. Slightly different line, but about the same result. He will get the move on the inside, but I think he's going to have a little bit less speed than Dummy. He will. Not enough for Dummy to get the overtake, but this could be a photo finish as we go into the risky finish. Toto goes through. Oh no! Toto actually clips it! Toto, his front wheels whacking the bar there, and that does give Raceland 10 points to extend his lead. Dummy will be more than happy with that P2, and Cheese does not make it to the finish line. Wow.
What a wild finish there. Toto, a little bit slanted on that final approach. I think he took the little dirt bump there not quite straight on. And I mean, we saw the consequences of that. Proud to answer your question. The final bracket starting later tomorrow is going to be single elimination. Right now, they are in the round robin group stage, so everyone is playing everyone, and they're really just looking to narrow the field down from 16 to 12, which will not happen until the first 2 rounds of tomorrow, as we're getting through 4 of the 6 round robins today.
We still got a lot of work to do, and there is, of course, 6 rounds, like you said, and there is the possibility that somebody does not make it through to tomorrow, just mathematically speaking, but that is a problem that we will look at in 2 matches time. Right now, though, into the end we go in a very similar looking situation. Toto once again is clipping. The block there is Cheese is desperate to make it through the risky. That he does on the 4th time of asking. Toto, a little deja vu. I don't know if this is really what you want to be doing.
If nothing else, you can say that he's consistent. But
that's
the wrong kind of consistent, because that was literally the exact same way that he clipped. But this time, no one was close enough to... I'm just going to continue the sentence and ignore that clip, but there's... He needs to adjust his ending line just a little bit, just because... What's happening this round? Everyone's clipping and slowing down and oversteering. I can't ignore it anymore, fellas. You're just being a clown fiesta at this point. But Cheese is in 2nd place somehow. So there's that.
Yeah, well, Toto had a chance there. After the sausage, you have that jump onto the grass platform, and he was there for a moment, but did not have enough speed, so that preserved Cheese's his 2nd place. And as he goes into the wall, he puts a hole in that one. It's not looking very good for him, as the pain just continues to pile on. And it will be Raceland grabbing 10 points. Dummy will go through. Toto has overtaken. Will he get it this time? Yes, he almost didn't.
Oh my heart almost stopped again. He avoided the original clip, but then he hit the light pole.
Yep, I think Toto's like, today I'm gonna fight the risky. Damn, Risky Finn got hands. Like, it's 3 out of 3 rounds so far. So, okay, is it bad that we want to see 4? Is that a bad thing to wish for? I don't know.
I want to see him get through it clean, man. I don't know.
All right, let's go with that. Yeah, Toto's he's
close.
Gonna do it this round.
He's so close to getting it, especially that last round. Like.
Yes.
The risky, it doesn't even have a visual. It's not even like the gate is visible. But it's just past the light poles, which is sadistic, by the way, because there's 5 million different things in that little scenery block to clip. But right now, I mean, it's Raceland and Toto fight for that 1st place spot. I don't know what happened to Dummy. He's gone. He's playing with Cheese, I guess. I don't know.
Cheese had the start here for Cheese actually has not been very kind to him, because I've consistently seen him not get that first couple turns correctly. But we are just about perfect as we go into the risky.
Hey.
And it will be Raceland grabbing it. And even if it was a photo finish, Raceland still would have had it because he was ahead at that final checkpoint. But it looks like Acrinator, Toto was able to do it 4th time around.
Yep.
Made the risky without any sort of issues. So that's good news. That bodes well for future rounds. We are on to Bug Spray for this 3rd map, and it's Raceland with 72, Dummy with 53, Toto 49, and Cheese with 20.
Yeah, you know, it feels like Raceland is always in those top 2 positions at the very worst. If someone else has a good round, he's still up there. And Dummy and Toto feel like they're kind of trading blows in terms of, like, it's my turn to have a good round, and then this person's turn, and it just kind of keeps going back and forth, which, I mean, yeah, more or less, ironically, my prediction ended up being somewhat accurate thus far, where Raceland kind of runs away with it, and Dummy and Toto battle it out pretty close for 2nd place. It wasn't how I was predicting it was going to happen, but, like, hey, the scoreline works at the very least, I guess.
Yeah, it does. We'll see how things go here though on Bug Spray, because this is a map that we have. I don't want to say have been critical of, but it's certainly a map that we have seen a lot of drivers struggle with compared to a couple of the other maps in this pack. So maybe this is where we start to see a bit of a shakeup with the ordering of things. I mean, right now Cheese in desperate need of a lot of points here if he wants to even have a shot at making it as a challenger towards the end. Raceland is in a very comfortable spot, though. He's got almost 20 points to Dummy. It's actually 19, and then Toto is at 49. But this is great for Toto. It's great for Dummy. Not so much if you're Raceland, but we are going into the risky finish, and it is going to be a photo finish as Toto, 13 milliseconds over Dummy for P1. Cheese is home in third, and Raceland a lowly fourth. But we are already getting a little spicy here.
Yeah, it's honestly nice to see, because I feel like in the seeding phase and even in the last match, Bug Spray felt like only a very select few people were making the rounds decent, whereas now it feels like basically everyone is doing pretty decent. But, well, I say that and Cheese has fallen a little bit behind in the start, but everyone else keeping it close. For now, there's plenty of other opportunities to mess up, and if this isn't enough Bug Spray for you today and tomorrow, folks, I believe this is one of the maps that is going over to Duo Cup as well. So,
oh boy howdy,
we will see a lot more shenanigans. Raceland, however, he barely is able to make it up that, but he's going to be relegated down to 4th place. A Dummy now battling it out with Toto, whoever can get the more speed out of the bug slide there, and it looks like Toto very much is the victor there for now. Neither of them clip, but Toto goes very wide. He loses a lot of speed and he clips, and Dummy is given first place on a silver platter as Toto is stuck about a little bit less than a second behind. He just needs to have a semi-clean bug slide! What are you doing, Dummy? That was so aggressive for no reason. And from Toto's perspective, it was quite the speech bubble moment. I would be shocked if someone didn't make a gif out of that.
I saw Dummy just going into that bug slide. I just noticed. I noticed the nose was a little too low, and it just he grabbed the platform with the bug slide. It just kicked his nose up. And the benefit of that is you're able to get a much tighter bug slide. The problem is that it's not really an area you want to be doing such things in. So what could have been an easy P1 unfortunately was foretold in a different way. But into the next round here, Dummy already off to a flying start with Raceland. 200ths of a second separate these two drivers as Cheese falling back about half a second. In Toto, I'd say, is just about out of this round at 2 3/4, almost 3 full seconds here. But this is really just a battle between Dummy and Raceland, unless they make some error, and that brings Cheese, never mind, Cheese having to respawn. So we might be seeing a secondary battle form. Very wide there for Dummy. That's very risky, but it's going to completely mess him up. And I think Raceland's got this one in the bag. He's just got to make the final bug slide, and I think he'll do it. He's not going to go too aggressive, and a 104.7 for him will get 10 points in the bag. For Raceland, that puts him up to 92. Dummy grabbing those 7 to 72. Toto will finish in third with 72 as well. And Cheese, I mean, what a disaster it's been for him. But I mean, 5 points is consolidation, but it's really not enough to put a dent in anything.
No, I mean, at this point, I think he's just playing for the fun of it, I guess. I would hope that he's having fun. These maps are certainly doing their hardest to dissuade that effort, but hey, he's getting points on the board. It's more than some people can say, I guess.
Yeah.
But Raceland, unsurprisingly, up towards the front, and Toto, you can see clips right there. So let's hop on board with Dummy and see how his battle, his quest for some extra points, potentially to get away from Toto, because currently they are tied, and they're both 20 away from Raceland, who again isn't always in that first place spot, but it feels like he's always in the top 2. And at some point, that's just going to snowball unless someone is always getting first and you're always getting second. You know, you're always getting a little bit of first, a little bit of second here and there is going to add up over time. Currently, he has a pretty solid half-second lead coming into the final approach. Now, there are certainly shenanigans that can happen, but Raceland seems to be keeping it clean, not really risking it. I don't think he needs to with half a second. He even gave up about a 10th towards the end there. But I mean, a 104.5, that's pretty fast. Memory serves, world record is like a 103 high, I want to say.
Something like, yeah, it's somewhere in that ballpark. With Raceland though,
Oh,
we talked about this in I guess the group stage. Um, we did talk about consistency and that while yes, you being fast is important, it doesn't help if you are constantly crashing or clipping or just not getting everything correct. And for Raceland, I mean, being consistently at the front, like you said, one or two, maybe there's like a three in there somewhere. That is why he has been able to sort of build that gap up almost 30 points to second place. And we do see this a lot with motorsport in general. Really any series, it doesn't matter outside of like WRC. If you have two drivers who are fighting, especially two drivers behind you and you're in the lead, they're going to be compromising their lines and slowing down in order to try and defend or overtake. So that just allows you to run away with it. And this is kind of similar in a way. I mean, obviously there's no collision between these cars, but I feel like the sentiment is still there, is that Dummy and Toto are fighting it out so hard between themselves, and Raceland doesn't really have to do much of anything. Just let them fight each other, and you'll prosper in the end. So it's great. I mean, we saw he got first in his first match, and we could be on for a second one, as he is unfortunately about half a second out of it, but he's still within a shout of everybody. So does he get the overtake at the end though? That's the question. He'll get one though, as Dummy messes up. It is between Cheese and Toto as we go into the transitions. Very big nose down. Raceland having to release in just enough room to get through the risky finish. But Cheese getting his first 10 points of the day.
not too shabby. They dropped like a boss. No, I think it is still there.
Still there.
It's just
Yeah.
you can see it kind of cut off at the top. So yeah, no, the map name too long. Nix knew exactly what he was doing, and he probably relished in every second of it. It's just Comp Tool doesn't like it, but yeah, I mean, if there's any map that you might be able to have some upsets where Cheese can actually come in and steal some 10-pointers away, I feel like this is probably the map. This is the dankest map of all, and
Yes, it is.
under normal circumstances, which this map is not, Raceland can absolutely do the Gabe Newell strategy for victory, where he does nothing and he just wins. But but
oh my god, you're kidding!
I say it and then he brings it into life. So thank you for the visual demonstration here, Raceland, as he's just chilling the entire time in like third place for most of the round, and now he's in first. He just wins. It was almost like it was scripted. You can thank Alex and Gabo for that one. I would say Nats too, but he's busy playing his own matches.
Does that count as a caster curse from you?
No, that's more of a caster blessing.
Okay. Okay.
Because I said he was gonna win by his opponents messing up, and they did.
All right, you know what? I guess I gotta give you that one. The 117 though for him. He's just got to get to the end of the round. He'll get finalists. Dummy and Toto continuing to argue over second at 89 and 85, and then it is Cheese with 50. So with Toto, oh boy, that was a big hit for Cheese. So he's out of this. But to focus on Dummy and Toto. Toto at 89, Dummy at 85. Who gets second out of them? Especially when Raceland, I mean, if Raceland is able to get, his finalist done as soon as possible, that will put 10 points back on the table and will actually remove the 3-pointer from the equation. How does that fare? Because I haven't been keeping track of the rounds, and I really should have, but depending on who is the better of the two between Dummy and Toto, I mean, does that create a bigger discrepancy when we actually get to the point of 10 being back on the table, as Raceland continues to raise the bar with a 1-minute .4 here on Epic Bacon. He's got what? We got one more round on this map, 2 more rounds on this map, and then we're on to the next.
I think just one. So Raceland has the chance to avoid going over to Lumavale. Is that the one we haven't seen so far?
I think that we also haven't seen Heavy as the Crown. No, we
No,
have.
that was second, I believe.
Okay, so then it would be Lumavale, yes.
Yeah, because we started on Lichness, yeah, and we've seen the two funky ones. This is the second. Raceland currently up in the lead by like a quarter second, and Cheese is actually the person who's trying to deny him in some way. He's going very inside. He knows that he has to push, but I mean, is that pushing going to cause a mistake? And I dare say it will, as he fully DNFs. I don't know about that. You still need points there, buddy boy, but Raceland chilling up in the lead. Dummy really pushing, and if there's any player in this lobby who can push consistently, it's going to be Dummy. But is he going to be able to close that gap enough? Because Raceland looks clean. He doesn't look like he's stressed out at all. It doesn't look like he's really pushing per se. It's just the line. Everyone else made mistakes, and as long as he has true aim, which he does,
Bro.
he even goes faster in the previous round. So he's out of here just in time to map switch.
That was the plan all along, I would say. Get out before you, as soon as you can, before you get to Lumavale. After all that, it is Toto maintaining second place with 101, and then it will be 97 for Dummy Cheese. I know you said he needs the points, but I mean, effectively in this, Cheese really isn't a factor.
No, he might play spoiler for a round or two, but it's really the two of them versus each other. But we kind of expected that going. Arkham World Champ difference. I forgot.
Well,
he was
obviously,
a scrim partner or something for them, or was he helping spam test the maps? I forget. The maps, something like that.
The answer is yes.
But either way, coming here on to Lumavale, and there's a decent chance we crown second place here. I don't know about third. Remains to be seen. Actually, I don't think that's mathematically possible that both of them get out of finals here in Lumavale.
No, I don't think it is. No, because Dummy would need... no, because if Dummy gets third, that puts him at 100. No, we can't. All right. No, I think we... Unless Cheese decides to lock in, then I think we'll have one finalist here. Whether or not that's able to be converted to a second place for Toto or Dummy is, yet to be seen. But holy hell, what a line! What was that? Excuse me? He just pulled how much out of the hat?
Like 2/10? Yeah.
That was ridiculous. Cheese makes a mistake, so it's just Dummy to stare at the rear wing of Toto as we go up the hill onto the grass. Coming back around, we'll hit that hairpin turn, try to avoid the tower, as it were. Dummy is trying everything he can. Very inside line for him, but Toto just too much of a buffer. He'll go up and in with a 1 minute 7.96, and it will be everybody getting to the line. So Toto at 111, one more round will put him on the finalist. And if you are Dummy, the best case scenario is to try to get those last two rounds in first place to also get finalists. That would, of course, bring us double finalists into the next map. But that's looking very, very difficult, especially with Toto here, making everything just that much more annoying.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult when you have players that are this good, right? Because, Dummy is known for really sending it. Although I say that, I think Toto clipped the cruise control there, so he's going to lose a lot of speed as a result of that. But, even though Dummy can absolutely send it, Toto can also send it if he really wants to, and there's that super inside line. You can see he's gaining just a little bit. It's not too much speed on top of Dummies, but it's enough to get himself back into the race. I don't know where Cheese is. He's in a different dimension. Dummy right now is just trying to hold on to that first place to start his comeback.
I mean, this is all because Toto made a mistake, and Toto's been very consistent here. Obviously not as consistent as someone like Raceland, but compared to his competition, I mean, he's been a problem, as Dummy comes in with a 107.667. So that's 10 points over to Dummy for 114. Toto's going to walk away with 118. So unless Cheese decides to split these two up, Toto and Dummy will be going into finalist mode at the start of the next round, excuse me. I don't think we're switching maps after this.
I've lost track. I think this is the third round. So, but Cheese, notably, has the opportunity to create the funniest possible situation and put Dummy in third place so that he has the magic 119. But
Oh, that's
he's
so rude. You're right.
he has the opportunity, but it's all up to Cheese and Toto to do so. And currently, I mean, Dummy's fighting for first place, so everyone else kind of needs to pick it up here.
Oh, here comes Toto, though. Gets that overtake.
Oh, look at the speed.
Dummy.
He has so much.
That is, I feel like that's the one part that he's practiced better than anybody, because that has been his, like, ace in the hole here, and it catches him right up. Oh, no! All right, is this the dreaded 119? Dummy, you could also back off. Give me some 10 points. That would be nice. No, he wants to just grab it, and he will. He is going to get that first place with a 107.64 in Toto. Will cross the line. Oh no, sorry, the 119 would have been Dummy. I got my drivers mixed up. We are double finalists between Toto and Dummy. So this is 6-7, 2 rounds.
I was hoping you weren't gonna say anything. I'm like, Zoomer brain, do not activate.
Sorry, I forgot about that. Anyways, last round here on Lumavale. Toto's on finalist, Dummy's on finalist, Cheese is on 67. And we are potentially looking at minimum, 2 more rounds of play, 1 on this map, and it will be 1 on the next map. I forget which one that is off the top of my head. I believe that was not Heavy as the Crown. Lichness, yes, that's what it was. It was Lichness. So, I mean, to get back into this, it's got to be 7 rounds of perfection. But right now, we are seeing absolute perfection between Dummy and Toto. Toto, that line, once again, is just going to expose a huge hole in Dummy's strategy as he gains about a 10th, but he's lost it as we head onto the plastic. What is that inside line from Dummy? How did he not go wide? How did Toto not go wide? Into the turnaround, past the tower we go. This is getting very high. Toto gets a landing bug. Toto gets a landing bug, and that puts him out of it. Dummy was slow out of the dirt turn, but it doesn't matter. And Dummy getting P2. Toto can't believe it. It was right there. Just the pillar you fall onto is what did him in. Cheese will come home for 5, but oh god, gut-wrenching finish.
Oh, just in time to map swap too. I'm sure Toto never wants to see Lumivale ever again after that. I mean, that landing bug. He was so close. Like, there were absolutely opportunities to regain that, like, singular 100th separating the two of them, and then the item block just said no. It's like, you don't get a chance, you don't get to try anymore, you're done.
I know, that was I don't know, Dummy, I don't know if it was a clip or if it was a landing bug. I mean, in the moment it absolutely could have been a landing bug, but we are into probably the one and only round of Lichnesses. He just throws it into the wall. All right, well, folks, all Toto's got to do, geez, DNFs, all Toto has to do is just take it easy. He's got all the time in the world. He could sit at the finish for all he cares and just soak in it. Maybe, you know, get up, get a drink, go to the bathroom, go do something. But this is Toto's round. You got to think, in Toto's head, you know, you were right there. You could have had second. You could have finished it out. And then you would have been chilling where Dummy is. But that just wasn't the case. Times like these, moments like this, where the only other person on the map has DNF'd and has left you to your own devices, is a great time to sort of start the mental, I guess, refreshment, if you will. You know, obviously drivers will take the time after the rounds are over to sit there and, you know, recalibrate. But things like this, at the very least, you kind of get that started a little bit earlier. But that'll do it. Toto will come across the line, one and only. Will finish 3rd in this map. Cheese, unfortunately, will be 4th. That was intense. That was insane. I had a lot of fun with that. That was a great match, especially between Dummy and Toto. Like, holy. It's like the analogy. It's the battling and motorsport, and Racing was able to walk away with it. Didn't really have any problems, and Toto was, especially in the last map, was really putting his best foot forward there. We saw it as you would go onto the stadium floor into that plastic wall ride. That was where I think he was really gaining the most. But well, sometimes something else goes a little bit awry, and you end up not being able to get the result you want.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like we said multiple times towards the end of Lumivale there, Toto's line into that plastic wall ride gave him so much speed. But then Dummy comes back with that like super inside line
Yeah.
on the I thought he was gonna clip. I thought that was gonna be the end of it. He survives and then just like rockets off. Like that was absolutely beautiful. You see two players risking their hearts out in two completely different areas of the map. That was solid. That was like some of the most exciting gameplay we've seen thus far.
Mhm.
And well, that's the end of that match. I think we're just waiting on a couple other matches to finish up
Yeah.
their final leg. So I think we're gonna send it off to Dummy thinking he cheated in chat. Yes.
We don't
Oh, you did
cheat.
clip. You did clip. Interesting. So I think probably what
Oh,
happened is he clipped on the side of the plastic, but it bounced him
mm,
forward. We'd have to double check because I caught it like in the
yeah.
perfect camera angle, so we could
Mhm.
definitely recheck that after the fact. But yeah, no, I think we're good for now. Take some time to just take a breather. Get ready for round three, dummy, because you're gonna have to do that again if memory serves. You have a pretty rough match
Yep.
ahead of you. So don't go anywhere, folks. Run to the bathroom, get a drink and whatnot. But we'll be back in just a few short minutes. back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to start round 3 of the round robin for the Pan American Trackmania Championship Season 5. We do have to switch gears to try and avoid the matches that only have 3 players in them. So, as it turns out, we're going to be following Dummy for yet another round. He's getting so much screen time, but it's okay because the other 3 players here are new to the mainstream, not counting the rounds in the very beginning. You can see the players here. We got Author Time, we got Noisia, we got Dummy, of course, and we got Nats. Sorry, Dummy, you're going to be on camera for another match, but next match, we're going to be avoiding him so we can actually get some more people on stream. We're trying to get everyone, but we're also trying to avoid the matches with only 3 people at the request of the TOs. So, yeah. Smile for the camera, Dummy. You get one more chance.
I'm sure he'll like it. I mean, after last match and held that one, yeah. I mean, he showed us, he had a clip of, or a replay of his clip there on the end, and it was very close. It was, that was, I don't want to say luck, but it was definitely a bit of luck involved. We'll see how he competes. We haven't seen Author Time, Noisia, or Nats just yet, and we will be starting with Lumavale, then Bacon, Heavy, Bug Spray, Lichness. So we'll see how Dummy can handle a new set of competition. If I look over at our super handy dandy master sheet, Dummy, Author, or sorry, not Dummy, Noisia, Author Time, and Nats. Nats has not been doing too well. He's been getting some 4th places, sadly. Author Time has gotten 3rd and 2nd. So that's good news for him. And then Noisia, I just saw him too. Noisia has done first? So he's actually, why am I? Yeah, I can just do it this way. Yeah. So I think Noisia really is kind of I'd say the guy to beat.
Yeah, I mean he's the defending champion of PATC. Yeah. So it's kind of a given.
First 2 rounds have been first place for him. Dummies, let's see, he had 2nd in the first round. He had 2nd in the 2nd round, so maybe 3rd tries the charm on getting that first place, and then between Author Time and Nats, they will absolutely be battling it out. I mean, Author Time got a 2nd place in that first round and a 3rd place in the last round, so I don't know, maybe Dummy is able to maybe topple Noisia somewhat. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see.
It's gonna be tough, right? Because Noisia is, I think in the past year, maybe 18 months, he's really become this force of nature, right? He's really showing up and bringing it to some of the more storied names like Charles and Neil and Exotica. And he's really established himself as not just one of the better players, but one of the best now. And Dummy is very good, but sometimes he risks too much, and if you saw the clip of him, bouncing off the plastic directly into the booster from last round of the tournament, he got very lucky with that, as it were, when you can stop and look. And I mean, yeah, it's right now more or less the standings that you're seeing are what I would expect. Noisia, then Dummy, then Author Time, then Nats. Nats, I know, is a much better player than this, but he usually, classic, spends more time trying to TO than practicing the maps. Noisia gets a clip, however, and Dummy and AT close enough to capitalize, and will take that 1st and 2nd away from him. That's unfortunately nowhere near close enough to overtake anyone, so he just has to deal with the points that he gets, 3, and call it a day.
Yeah, it was close enough to beat the timeout, thankfully. Noisia, I think that might just be one of a couple of mistakes. I don't foresee him, making accidents every other round or something like that. So, maybe this first round for Dummy being in first, I wonder how many more of those will come into play. Of course, it is only the 2nd round on the first map. We still have 4 other maps that get to be played here. So how that actually plays into Dummy's hands is unknown at the moment, but this first round once again does see Noisia in the lead. Noisia, I noticed, is getting very, very close to that cruise control gate just on the inside there, and it's obviously used to avoid drivers taking a more direct line, of course adding a little bit of extra difficulty to this map, but he has almost got that down to a science. knowing exactly where he needs to be, and that allows him to have a 3/10 gap and leaving both Author Time and Dummy fighting it out for second place. And this time around, Noisia gets the turnaround a lot better as he comes around the final corner. He's going to run it as wide as he can, and that will be a first place for him with a 107.1. That is insane. That is an AT if he didn't have it already.
I'm sure he already did. He has most of the world records, if memory serves, unless someone has
I
done
believe
it live in
all
rounds.
but one, maybe?
Yeah, I think Cackney has Lichness, and then Noisia has every other world record, I believe.
Something.
Or maybe
I believe.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's Lichness. I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong. Anywho.
He has a lot of world records, and he's consistently in the top 5. And I think actually the only person in this lobby who's in the top 5 of any of the maps worldwide. So there's, quite a bit of a statement to be made there. And, once again, the standings kind of work in terms of the seedings, as we saw. Dummy in second, Author Time in third, Nats in fourth. Noisia just chilling up in the front, unless he makes some kind of mistake, unless he clips somewhere. He's probably going to be running away with it, but actually Dummy's the one who makes a mistake, and Author Time isn't too far behind to capitalize on that, though. I tend to doubt he's going to challenge Noisia. He's still almost a second away.
Yeah, I doubt that Author Time is able to lose that second place, although he's getting a little bit squirrely. And Dummy, there it is. Backflip for style, he lands it and he keeps going. So I'll give him a +1 for the backflip. That was solid, as Noisia clocks a 107.09 in the meantime, saying that style points are cool, but it's really the match points that matter
Dummy
here.
Flip, Dummy drive, don't chat. It's in Twitch chat over here.
Yes, please. Oh, that's great though from Noisia. He's got a 3-point gap over Dummy, and Dummy's got 3 points over Author Time, and Author Time's got 10. As we do see Nats turning in just a little bit too early, and that will relegate him to the very back of the field. But we are, so far, despite the mistakes that we've seen, it's still a very close match.
Yeah, all things considered, those top 3 positions are trading blows. Now, I think that first round definitely did a lot with Noisia, falling down to 3rd place, I believe. So that, gave quite a bit of a boost to Author Time, to Dummy. And they've kind of been slowly bleeding that lead to Noisia. And speaking of bleeding something, Author Time loses all of his speed right there. He clips something, and Dummy goes back up into 2nd place. But again, Noisia, it doesn't feel like he has any competition. I don't know what to say. He's just that good. He's the defending champion. He has defeated people like Charles and Exotica and Bad PC and the whole shebang in the past. So what's going to stop him from beating Dummy and Author Time? Dummy, please make it to the finish. Thank you.
He's got to get a little jiggy with it,
Yeah, Nats is not finishing, so that's going to be him stuck at 9 points, not quite making it to double digits after what I believe to be the last round of Lumivale.
I believe yes, because Noisia is at 35, so there's no way he can have another round. So we will move on over to Epic Bacon for map number 2 by Nixotica, and it is currently Noisia on top with 35, Dummy's at 29, Author's at 24, Nats lowly down there with 9 points to his name. This has not been a very kind competition to him, sadly, but he will carry on as all must. But I'm interested to see if Dummy is able to start overcoming this hurdle that we have seen from Noisia.
Yeah, I mean, like he even said in Twitch chat, which he should be driving instead of chatting, but what else is new? Noisia, 3 of those 4 rounds on Lumivale was driving faster than Dummy's PB. So, well, okay,
Yep.
Well, here's your chance. Take the free points. You got to beat Author Time to do it, but both of them have some chances. Even Nats has a chance to take at least 2 points off of Noisia by comparison, but I mean, Noisia certainly isn't giving up anytime soon, and Nats is in the mud, in the water, so to speak. So, Dummy, currently in 1st place. Let's look at the 2 people that are still driving clean for now. Dummy and Author Time. early on the no brakes section. Do get the no brakes relieved just now, but Author Time I don't think is going to have enough track remaining, barring some end shenanigans, which certainly can happen, but Dummy seems to be going pretty clean into these final few jumps. He's taking it very low. I don't think he needs to risk that much, but I'm...
Oh, God.
Please, child. We have
Oh, my
hearts.
God.
They can't handle the shock. He's really going for it, and not necessarily the best of ways, but I mean, he got to the finish, so don't
Yep.
do it again. I don't. I know.
Armbarger saying, quote, end shenanigans. I was thinking that when you said that. I was like, all right, hold on. What is Acrinator just put into motion here? Well,
hey, it's his fault. He needs to aim.
He's got a point. He's got 1 point off of Noisia. So, I mean, that's, you know what? I think I'll let it slide. We really do need to have like a caster curse chart just for you, because we'll all be rich. We'll take all of your money. You're going to be broke by the end of this. But into the next round, it is Noisia doing something that we are very familiar with, and that is leading the race by about half a second. Author Time battling it out with Dummy for P2. Nats is, of course, off in another area code, just trying to pick up whatever points he can, but Dummy and Author are really giving it to each other as Dummy gets a little bit better of an exit there as we head through the penultimate checkpoint into this risky end. And it is, it's a very awkward line there from Author Time. He was very lucky to get through with that in one piece. And Noisia dropping a 1 minute 0.7 casually, of course.
Don't tell me to drive instead of chat. There's a lower bracket. There is not a lower bracket. It's group stages into a single elim bracket. Why are you listening to stream when you're driving?
Yeah, you should be driving. Oh my god. I agree with Armbarger. A caster curse jar could fund a whole competition. We could fund every competition for a year at this point.
It's not my responsibility. I had Alex sign the contract.
Right.
Either way.
If we sign those.
You think Alex can read?
No, yeah, that's good.
That's the problem here. Oh, Noisy. Whoa, how did he survive that? I guess the reactor saved him. But, okay. Nats, however, has a good round. I want to point that out. Because he's been having a rough time about it. I think it really just comes down to him not having enough time to practice because he's writing the rulebook and everything. But he's doing good right now. I say as he falls down to 4th. But, you know. The map giveth and the map taketh. Nats currently in 3rd place. Gives us a good vantage point of Author Time and Dummy battling it out. But Dummy, as long as he... Okay, well, Nats no longer is a good cameraman. Dummy does manage to remain stable. Noisia gets 3rd. And Nats is finishing, maybe?
Yep, he's got it.
Almost missed it, but you know, we're good.
I'd like to point out that Nats went into the checkpoint, and I feel like Reflex took over because he tried to back up, but he can't because there's no brakes, so he can't back up. So he's just sitting there for like a solid 2 seconds, being like, "Wait a minute."
Has to compute.
He does. This is surprising. Dummy has taken the lead with 56 points compared to Noisia's 55. So this is, I think Bacon is the map that Noisia really does not vibe with, because this has been uncharacteristic from him, making so many mistakes. And I think that's just due, I would say, in part to how the track is laid out. It's a constant barrage of, you know, precision and throttle control, especially this section here. It's so important to make sure you don't have too much speed, and understanding that there are points of the map where you are not going to have your brake and you need to be able to control that car as best you can, or understanding how the car behaves, how it will pitch and yaw as you go over some of these jumps. So, you know, maybe Noisia needs a little bit more practice, but he'll drop a 101.1. That is ridiculous. We are closing in on a sub 1 minute here if Noisia can put it together. But that is an excellent round from him to retake the lead. It'll be by 2 points, but that's still enough to get back into the driver's seat here.
And now, I mean, Dummy is bringing it to Noisia in terms of overall points, but Author Time it feels like he's starting to fall behind a little bit. Maybe you can just blame his teammate in Halcyon Nixotica for that. Maybe that just wasn't his map. We'll have to see with this map now that we're coming over to Heavy is the Crown. Maybe he just feels better on anything that's not, made by Nixotica.
Yeah.
The hell is that? Okay.
It's Trackmania.
No, it's loud noise coming from the kitchen. We're good though. Okay. I don't think the mic picked it up, so we're good.
Nope.
That is the wrong direction that you need to drive in. But speaking of the correct direction, Dummy, currently in the lead by at a car length, give or take. Noisia, not the best of starts, but not the worst either. Could still be Nats. That was mean. That sounded meaner than I meant it to be. But
I wasn't even listening. I was reading what Armbarger put in chat, and I want to hit him for it because it's a stupid joke, but it's really good.
I would be impressed if Noisia made it all the way to the United States. But either way, Noisia manages to overtake Dummy with a really solid drift. Actually, even Author Time has a really solid turnaround there, going up the hill. Dummy not giving up any position, but the others are certainly fighting him for it. I don't think anyone's going to be able to overtake each other as long as there's no end shenanigans, and there's no crash that time.
Well, obviously, it's not... who was that? Dummy having problems, or was it Toto? No, it was Dummy who had problems.
No, that was Toto.
Okay, so Toto's not in this match, so we will be able to have a clean risky, but Noisia doing what Noisia does best, which is growing the gap between himself and second place. It's now 5 points between himself and Dummy. I can't say I'm too surprised that Dummy is in second, but what is surprising is that at least on the last map he was able to capitalize as well as he did in closing up and actually overtaking, albeit temporarily. But that just goes to show you that you have said it a lot on this broadcast, Acrinator, is that Dummy is definitely one of those drivers who will absolutely send it regardless of what round it is in the competition, what the point split is. If there's an opportunity and there's road, he will 100% just send that car in and see what happens next. And right now, Author Time, this is a map that I think that he's a lot more comfortable on, and he is going for a bit of a straighter line on the transition, so that'll pull him ahead of Dummy. And for Dummy, this is not what you want, and he will get a P1 because Noisia clips the bar across the risky finish, and Author Time for the first time here in this match will grab P1. It'll only give him 10. He'll be up to 63, but it doesn't matter. It's the pride of getting it done, I think, that really drives the point home. And thankfully for Noisia, he was able to finish ahead of Dummy, so another 2 points added on to the difference there.
What a wild round. Noisia just tumbles over the little scenery block at the risky finish. It still manages to make it in the top 2 at the very least, but he was absolutely robbed of a significantly better time. I think he might have been faster than his current 102.3 for the match best on this map. But thus far, Nats and Author Time not looking too hot per se, although Nat's looking a lot worse right now. He seems to be crashing quite a bit. I don't think he's too comfortable on this map. But you can see Dummy really pushing it. He's trying to take it more inside, but he loses a lot of speed, and Noisia, I think, even gains potentially close to a 10th there. Goes very wide, but he's going to maintain so much more speed, and I think Dummy's just trying to play catch-up at this point. Oh, well, he might be playing catch-up to Author Time now, as he has a lot less speed bonking that pole. Author Time does manage to stabilize just barely in front of him, and Dummy doesn't go for the risky, so he gives up second place and the 2 points that go along with it.
I don't think Dummy had enough speed to actually make the risky. I think maybe he could have snuck it in on the underside of that little spectator booth block, I guess, if you want to call it. But at that point, if you have to go through there, you're already losing whatever speed you have left. So he's not, overtaken by any means. He still has a 10-point gap to Author Time right now, but in his quest to get back to first over Noisia, he's certainly not doing himself any favors as that grows to 12. But Author Time you know, we don't see this too often as Dummy makes another little tap there, so he'll fall off the horse a little bit more. So author time just under a tenth and a half. It'll grow to about quarter second though behind Noisia. Is there a chance that author time somehow manages to get another first place? I'm not 100%. He did the same thing that Dummy did, which is take that inside line, but completely compromises the exit. It's not really worth the trade-off, and that just gives Noisia so much more room to work with. And as we come back down over the hill, we will go through that last checkpoint. It'll be half a second as Noisia clocks in a 102.1, which you think maybe he would have gotten that sooner had he not crashed in the round prior to the last one. But author time, 7 points. That'll put him. What is that? 7 points. Sorry, 6 points back from Dummy as we swap over to Bug Spray.
And well, if anything can happen, it's going to be anything on this map in particular, as it's hard to really predict how these players are going to be coming out of the exit speed on the bug slides, the reactor sections, and it's a difficult map. You know, I have found that it almost feels less consistent than the Nixotica map in general, because while Nix is really good at mapping weird stuff, who mapped this Jaka? Yeah, Jaka. Really knows how to test the player's consistency to the absolute limits, right? It's not like the most precise map, but I don't think it needs to be. It's just hard to do in general. And then try to do that in rounds, and it's like, well, you know, go race on this RPG, you might as well say.
Yep, you're testing their skill, and you're certainly testing their patience, I'd have to say. We saw a lot of that in the group stages. But right now, it is a pretty familiar tale of Dummy and Noisia running it up front with author time and Nats all by themselves. But, for a second, I thought we just lost Noisia, but I was wrong. But Dummy's come back on this one. He's 10th of a second slower through that checkpoint as well on the exit, so he's always going to clip that platform. I don't know how he held on to it, but that'll add 4/10 onto the delta, and that gives Noisia even more room to work with. We are now going into the risky finish, grabbing the reset so you don't have the reactor, and through goes Noisia, 104.424. And it's going to be a 105 there for Dummy. And then Author's there, and Nats, I don't think has enough time to finish. No. So Noisia, one round win away from becoming the finalist, but also, should he get second, what number do you think he'll be at, Acrinator?
Well, the one number that no one wants to be at this stage of the tournament is, I'm sure Dummy and Author Time would like a little bit more of an opportunity to get their points up before the red number is on the table. But right now on board with Noisia, who is about half a second ahead of everyone else at least. And
Dummy.
Yeah, just looking at the splits, we're just going to stay on Noisia, and the ball's in his court. You know, it's really just up to him to make a mistake or keep it clean and walk it in nice and slow. You don't need to drive a new PB or a new world record. He just needs to really have anything faster than like a 107 at this juncture.
Yeah, he that drift before you use, I guess, the half pipe drop in, Dummy ran into full stopped those little barrier pieces that are there, and he was sat there for a second. But we'll see what Noisia drops as he goes into the finish, and it is going to be a 104.3. So he'll improve the match time. Doesn't need to, but he'll certainly be more than happy. Nats in second place. That's his best finish here today. And then Author Time in third, and Dummy the lowly fourth position, so more problems there for him. But importantly, Noisia, 120 points. He is on finalist. Could we see it in the first round here on Bug Spray, or do we have to wait a little bit longer? Well, something only time will tell.
We'll get back to you in about a minute and some change, as Dummy looks a lot more clean this round. Author Time, I think he went very high on that half pipe jump, so he's about half a second behind Dummy, actually up in the lead right now. Noisia trailing behind by quarter second, give or take, and Noisia doesn't exactly get the best drop down in the world coming out of that reactor section. So he's going to be falling a little bit further behind. And just to stabilize into the no-break section really risks that corner. So he's looking to overtake now. Gains about 500s.
Oh
Making a
no,
very
dummy.
different line. Dummy loses all of his speed. And Noisia up alone in the front with the red number on his car. Can he maintain? Doesn't look like any major mistakes thus far. He's got 2.5 seconds, so he can, you know, scrape the wall if he really wanted to. But I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to go out in style. Beyblade style, specifically.
That was close. He did. We've seen people clip that, and the front end kicks up. But thankfully, he was just far enough to the left, so he didn't. He did not fly off. But we will see Noisia get yet another first place here. Unsurprising to say the least. So that just leaves Dummy, Author Time, and Nats. And through all of this, Author Time has brought it back to Dummy. 4 points separates the two drivers here as we get yet another round of Bug Spray. And a very awkward start for both Nats and Dummy as they make roughly the same mistake at roughly the same point. That does give Author Time even more leeway to start taking some points, and Nat's making this a bit tricky for Dummy. And as I say that, he just goes up and over, so all that advantage is gone. So Dummy eyeing up Author Time right now. It's about half a second as Author Time almost goes into the wall there. How he kept it, I will never know. But that does come back down on the uphill. It's a 1/4 second exactly. Author Time starting to feel the pressure. Dummy just driving his line and naturally just reeling in Author Time as he has gotten this track a lot better. He will get the overtake on the bobsleigh onto the plastic sausage, the downhill, grabbing the reactor boost around the pillar for the drift. He sets up for the bug slide on the inside tight. He goes, and it's a 106.08 for him as Author Time finds himself 2.7 back. And then it is Nats, unfortunately, that lowly P3, 5 seconds off. But man, what a round from Dummy and Author Time.
He really had to push it. Even if Author Time did manage to get the first place there, Dummy really just had to make sure he could beat Nats, which I hate to say it, but wouldn't have been the worst thing to do. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have been the hardest challenge given Nats' performance thus far. Because then Dummy still would have been 1 point ahead of Author Time in that worst case scenario. But it didn't happen. Now he's 7 points in the lead. He still needs to win at least one round and then finish another, but he wants to win the next 2 rounds to prevent Author Time from getting too many points. Although being, ignore that crash, it's warm-up, it's fine. Now we can talk about the crashes if they do it again. But, you know, based on the fact that second place still gets 7 points, you know, you're not going to be able to stave off Author Time's finalist run for too much longer, so you gotta deny any points you can at this juncture, because I don't think Nats is gonna be denying too many points from either of these guys.
No, unless they're making some critical errors. Nats, I mean, already is over half a second off of Author Time, and we do see a lunge up the inside for Author to take that lead. So Nats right now is more just sitting in the back and waiting to see if anybody makes a mistake. That grass chicane is so tight, and we've seen so many drivers get it just slightly wrong, and both of these guys are pushing it as hard as they can. Author Time once again in the lead, but as we saw in that last round, that lead is just falling away little by little. Each checkpoint, it gets a little bit less, and he'll get a little airtime, though. A little too much on the inside. Although he is coming back, he is going to have the corner, but I think Dummy's got a little bit more speed. And as we go into the jump, it is going to be Author Time, taking it by 1,000th of a second, 1 minute, 0.3. Dummy, so close, but he's going to be at 115, not 118. And Author Time pulls it back within 4.
Unbelievable, but much needed points there for AT, because now I think they're going to hit the finalists at basically the same time. Actually, they will if Author Time wins this round once again, which, I mean, currently he's in a good position.
Not happening.
I didn't finish the sentence. I don't think that counts. But
no, I don't think it does.
Dummy currently up in the lead. Nat's actually playing it quite close. And you could imagine if AT didn't crash in the wall there, how much closer he could have been. But Nats Could only keep it clean for so long, and Dummy looking to be the sole finalist coming into the next round, potentially. He's not exactly the cleanest, but neither is anyone else on the field right now. Nats regaining a little bit of space. I think he knows he has the opportunity to deny, but Dummy, even in second place, would get his finalist. AT kind of in the mud. Nats, please. Nats, you were the chosen one. It was your opportunity.
You're supposed to destroy Dummy, not join him. Bring balance to the match.
Okay, well, Dummy now has red number on car. Is that going to prevent him from pushing even harder, or is it just going to be the exact same, where he's risking as hard as humanly possible? Probably the latter. I think we know the child at this point. AT, however, needs to push. He wants that second place, because like we said at the very beginning, well, now he has a good chance to, although Nat certainly wants to keep that first place for himself. AT, thus far in the round robin, has been getting a lot of second and third places. He wants to, at the very least, maintain second place more than third place. That would be really good for him in the standings overall coming into the main bracket. Nats and AT both crash. Where's Dummy? He's
and Dummy crashed as well.
Oh dear. What is what is happening?
What?
Nats is in the lead by like 3 seconds. He's not clean.
I've never seen this. I've never seen anything. Usually he's the one that's like 3 seconds back, and he continues to make mistakes. So now what is it going to be? 1.2? There's no way.
Never mind.
No. There's no chance, because nobody knows what's happening. Nats doesn't know what's happening. Nats is going to get his first place in this match because reasons.
GR.
Because great round, everybody. GRs. That was what? Okay. Anyways, author time has finalists. Yeah, let's dial it back, folks.
Oh my god.
Back to the pits, back to the paddock. Come on.
Okay, Nats gets 5 wins in a row to triple finalist. Let's go.
Don't. You gotta be careful. No, it's 6 wins. It would be, I mean, well 6 wins to win 5. Yeah, okay. Anyways, let's try it again. So Nats makes the mistake early. Alright, so now it is author time. Now it is Dummy. They are right next to each other. About a 1/10.5 separates them. Author time going for a very, very wide line there. And he will pull Dummy in. He's just gonna graze it. He's just gonna graze that little island in the middle. So that gives Dummy plenty of invitation to open that gap up. 0.6 of a second. I think author time is gonna have to start pushing, but you're gonna be pushing it against the king of sends, because Dummy is taking full advantage. Almost 0.7 of a second. All that's gonna make this fall apart is just going a little too fast, or maybe getting a turn just wrong, but that's not gonna happen. Dummy will cruise on through 1 minute 0.2 to claim that second place. And author time, he wanted to maintain that second, like you said, but he is gonna have to settle for third, unless of course it is going to be Nats doing the impossible.
Okay, Dummy, now you can chat. You're off the field, and now you can chat.
You have been granted access to Twitch chat. I don't know why you'd want to have Twitch chat, but hey, we all got our poison.
To be fair,
I'm done chatting. That's a lie.
That is a lie. I feel like your head would explode if you tried. But to be fair, I know Charles is in this. I feel like Dummy sends it harder. Charles just sends it smarter.
That's what I'm saying, is that if you're looking at overall sense, it's Dummy. Yeah. But yes, like you said, when to send it, that is where Charles differs.
When to send it for Dummy is yes. It's like, yes, that is the only option in play here.
The flow chart just goes to the same end every single time. It doesn't matter like what the situation is, it always ends at yes.
Well, speaking of yes, Nats is currently going to have to send it as well, as AT still has the red number on his car. He's had it for 1 round now, and right now he's currently in the lead. He's in position. Nats is less of a position. He's more in the mud, if that's a position. AT.
That is a position.
It's not a position you want to be in, but you know, it's there. And well, now he's no longer in any position because he's off the track entirely. So AT could probably drive this backwards if he wants to. Don't drive it backwards.
Do it. No, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Dude, get off my plate, Blake. Oh, God. Well, yeah. Other time. Go into it backwards. Go into the finish backwards.
Can you even
Weak.
make that backwards? I feel weak. I feel like Argenbarger would know the answer to that more than anyone. But yes, no.
Oh my God.
AT takes the 3rd place. Nats gets a respectable 77 points to end out his. What was this? The 3rd round? Yes, 3rd round because he got one more. We'll worry about that when we get there. I think we all need a break from that one round like 5 rounds ago now.
Please.
So that is the end of that. I think we can do a quick little screen share. I don't think they've updated the rounds quite yet. No, they've slowly been updating it. Okay, so we have, you can see off to the side, actually, that was the last match of this round to finish up. So we know that 3rd and 4th place there. You can see Cackney won over Nectatica, then Bad PC, Cheese didn't play. So these others, which is the reason why we didn't stream these ones, only had 3. So Flimsy lost to Charles, and Toto got last in that round. Tom Byrne beat out Fegley and Raceland. Wow. Okay.
That's insane.
Impressive stuff there. We might get to see some of those players coming into the next and final round for today. But for now, we're going to head off to a very short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, all 4 of the matches for this final round of today are only 3 players, so we're just going to be playing for the top 2 here. You can see we're hopping on board with, honestly, in my opinion, a pretty banger match. PC, Raceland, and Charles. And we haven't seen Charles yet today outside of the seating, so we are not following Dummy for the 4th time. It was tempting, but we also wanted to get some players that we haven't seen yet. So Charles is now on camera. We can say that we caught him here on the first day. We only missed, I think, 2 in Fegley and Tomburn, I believe we missed, but we did see them a decent amount in the seating, so it's not the end of the world. Everyone was on stream. You know, speaking of on something, PC is on the wall, fully respawns actually, because I think he crashed out of the checkpoint.
Yeah, he was on his head.
Raceland is up by himself. Charles about a second behind. I don't know what happened to him, but he's gone. Speaking
Charles
of,
had I think an awkward transition near the start. I think he touched something or whatever, but that's why he was as far back as he is. So there's that mystery.
Well, you know, the other shift player, the one who's actually playing in this tournament, is trailing behind right now. Raceland. It's been getting a lot of first and second places from what I saw on the master sheet, and it looks to be like he's going to be maintaining that, at least for this round, unless, you know, okay, that was like the cleanest risky end I've ever seen on this map, so I was going to say
that
unless.
Was perfect.
What happened to the 4th player? Maddox was missing.
Liquid has PC issues. Nats has a headache, and I think something popped up for Cheese. I don't know exactly.
I don't think we have confirmation of what happened to Cheese. He's just not playing, and I think Nats was supposed to be in this lobby, but which is why we were going to follow this game regardless. But then he has a really bad headache, so he had to take a medical leave, as it were. So just 3. There was no way to avoid the 3-player lobby this time around, but it's okay, because these 3 players are pretty damn good, dare I say. This could be a really solid match, as long as they don't crash. Which, I mean, this round is good so far. They just needed the one to get it out of their system.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's what the first round for every match is. You crash at the first round, because that means you won't crash any of the others. I mean, that's how I do it. You know, whenever I don't crash after that. I just have slight line alterations. Totally different. But this is a much better round for everybody, considering the first round is Charles and Raceland right now battling it out for that P1. PC's kind of stuck in the wings right now, not really able to get in on the action, although Charles is giving up that first place to Raceland. He'll get that tighter inside line, and he will get that first place by 0.03 of a second. 102.375 for him, and PC has to settle for a 3rd place. Only 0.4 back, though. But we are already off to a great start. 17 for Charles and Raceland. PC, though, not as lucky, having to settle for that 10-pointer. But this is anything that, if there's any indication, if you will, of what's to come, I think we are in for a treat here with this match.
Yeah, there's a reason we stayed with this match even after it was only 3 players, and it was because, you know, PC being the quote-unquote weakest player in the lobby right now, based on his performance today, he's still a really good player. I mean, he's currently fighting for 1st place, right? So, while Charles and Raceland, I think, have shown a bit more consistency overall, I don't think you can count anyone out in this lobby. You know, in terms of the favorites, it's really hard to say right now, because both Charles and Raceland performed really well. Actually, looking at the Master Sheet, they performed about the same in their matches so far today. PC gonna give up quite a bit of speed there, and actually so does Raceland. He goes for the same line, so they're both still just fighting for 2nd. Charles goes very wide, but you can see he gets so much speed out of it. It doesn't matter. He regains all that position that he temporarily lost. Raceland goes very inside. He's looking to overtake Charles, but I don't think there's enough track remaining. He's got to hope for a mistake, and that's just not going to happen. Again, really good round. PC, with that time in many other matches, probably would have won.
Yeah, but you look at the pedigree, the prestige of Raceland and Charles. You look at their report cards. You look at how well they've done in previous competitions, not just here in, you know, the NCSA region, but just globally in general. Many things, you know, they're not drivers that you really want to undercut or discredit, because what will happen is they'll just come out of nowhere and make your life a living hell. And speaking of being in a living hell, Charles, all over the shop with that one. I don't know how he was able to land on his feet, but that was certainly a lot better than having to double respawn like we saw PC in that first round. And because of these mistakes coming out from those front two runners, he is finally able to have a comfortable lead up front, although 666 is the gap, and hopefully the devil stays away long enough for him to actually take advantage of it, and I don't think he will because he grazes the wall, but Raceland, a little bit of his sins for his greed will push him back, and PC, the devil in the mirror, catches up to him, and Raceland, what was looking like a second place, will become a first, and PC, once again, the muscle memory kicking in and making him DNF. That is unfortunate. He could have easily had the 7 points, maybe, but Charles, I think, might have been a little too close behind, so this will keep the score level up at the top after 4 rounds. It's 34-34 for Charles and for Raceland, and PC, unfortunately, by himself with 15. It was looking like he could have been part of this battle, but that transition just caught him off guard, and well, that was that. So we move over to Epic Bacon by Nixotica. I mean, we predicted a pretty close match, I won't lie. We just never specified what we meant by close, and you know, I'm hoping that PC's able to kind of recalibrate, recollect himself, and get back into it. But with how Charles and Raceland have been running, that's a pretty big hill to climb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is important to note as well that while PC has known that he would participate in the Pan American for a little while now, he wasn't necessarily invited on his own merit. He was invited because he was the next runner-up after Mintz was unavailable. So he was the underdog coming into this match, regardless of anything else, and, you know, he's a great player, like we said, but he's the underdog versus Raceland and Charles, which is pretty impressive to say, like, the caliber of this match. It's definitely up there in terms of what you can find in the NCSA region. And right now, I mean, Raceland and Charles are showing why that's the case, why PC is the underdog. Charles has so much speed, he's going to be able to hold on, though. This is a tricky section to maintain, and he does. Raceland, however, not losing too much position. Charles kind of wobbly, though. Raceland also kind of wobbly, so they even out. They're neck and neck. Raceland just barely about half a car length ahead. Will they be able to keep it clean? Raceland gets a little bit faster grip in the nosedive there. And a 1 minute flat, 0.3. Not too shabby. And even PC, 0.7 behind. That's a good time. That's a really, good time.
Especially, like you said, the caliber of Raceland and Charles, to be that close, that's impressive. That's very, very good. I mean, it's, you know, it's not what he wants. He wants to, you know, be up in the running and not in the back, but it's still, I mean, that's something you can kind of take home, a little bit of a good job sticker on it for being that close. But we are now basically the Raceland Charles show. Is I think Charles got a weird transition that killed a lot of his speed, so Raceland was able to overtake. So what has once been a 3-horse race has now been down to 1, as Charles clipping the inside of the hole there. I was wondering if that was actually a hole or if that was just a decal, but I've been told that it's actually a legit thing. So for Raceland, it will be another 10 points in the bag. Nothing to worry about there. He's just got to make it to the end, and with over 3 seconds of advantage over Charles, we'll see if that's grown any more. It has just a little bit, but Raceland's going to take it easy. Clean. And he'll grab a 1 minute 0.5. Very clean indeed. And Charles will just get to the line. So now there is another bit of a gap starting to form right now. Charles and Raceland, they were hand in hand for a good chunk of this, but now it's starting to look like Raceland's getting a little bit more into the groove.
Certainly, as it's hard to really say what we're going to be seeing here. For a second I turned off cars, like, what happened? No, we're good.
No cars.
Good. I was like, why am I only seeing one person? But no, I hit the wrong button. We're good. Charles, a little bit behind to start things off. PC has a really clean start and looking to maintain that. Raceland, bit wobbly there, but so far nothing too crazy. No major crashes like last round. We might be able to close out Epic Bacon here with a rather clean approach, and potentially even PC getting an extra 50% on his points. But Charles does make the first major mistake, and he will be falling down all the way into 3rd place, and quite a ways behind, seconds behind PC. Just needs to keep it clean. Nothing too crazy, which is a lot to say.
Oh my God!
As he it was almost clean. You know, it was almost clean. But
Oh, and he
yeah,
won't. He'll get overtaken too.
yeah, unfortunate there because it was looking really good right up until, well, the no brakes transitions, which is a special kind of sadistic, dare I say, Nick. Yeah, that's a golf clap in terms of the mapping on that
Yes,
one,
it is.
but
Yep.
I'm sure the players love you for that one.
Well, it's an unfortunate end. PC on for a first and relegated to third. So that the pain is added on. Another 30 points to second place and another clip. PC is just he's just out of it. I think at this point he knows he's guaranteed a third and he knows who he's up against, so he doesn't really have to worry too much about it anymore. So, you know, maybe that third is enough for him. Well, actually, everybody who's still playing will make it through because on the master sheet there are 4 players who have gotten fourth places every single time. So we've already mathematically eliminated 4 people, which is great. But now we're more just fighting for the seeding for that group stage, for that knockout stage, because that's gonna kind of set the tone. You know, you could have a very good seeding and be put with people who maybe didn't have the best run through this. And oh my God, Charles almost getting it under a minute. Okay, Charles is cooking. The kitchen is getting very hot.
Yeah,
but
right away.
Yeah, we are playing. Yep, we are playing just for seeding, which is what we like to see. And of course, we are going on to Lichness. And very quickly, to answer the question, Vin, yes, I am your favorite Frenchie. Yeah. For some reason, Vin thought I was French for the longest time.
Really? Maybe it's because you casted G-Geek so much that it's just by association.
I don't remember the reason, but there's a picture that was photoshopped of me, and it was I forget, I don't watch the NBA, but it was the dude he's like taking a 3-pointer or taking like a foul shot from like the moon, and he's trying to get it to the earth, and it's just me, and it says Legion, my favorite Frenchie, or something to that extent.
Okay.
But apparently, yes. I mean, I have French heritage, so it kind of works out in the end. But anyways, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Raceland at 71, Charles at 65, PC at 25. We're just playing for some extra seeding points going into tomorrow's festivities. Of course, Acrinator and I will not be here. It'll be Alex and Randomized, so a couple different voices. And PC, once again, deciding that it's not worth it if he can't have a clean round. But like I said, he's already guaranteed a third, so it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, but I don't know. It feels wrong to just be like, oh, clip DNF, you know? It's like, man, finish the round. Claim your points.
Yeah.
They're yours. Even if it's 5 points, just guaranteed, but take it. Either way, Raceland had a little bit of a tough oversteer earlier on in one of those early grass sections. So Charles has just been kind of vibing the entire time, 59.7. That sounds fast, but I don't remember what the world record is on this map.
A lot faster than that, I'd have to say. I mean, that's also time attack, right? That's just, there's no pressure. You're not in a competition. It's, you know, you can try it for as long as you want. The problem here is that you're only allocated 4 rounds. You're also dealing with 3 other people who also want to be as fast as they can, and you're in a competition. There's points, there's money on the line, so you're not worried about setting new world records and being the fastest person on the circuit. You're worried about, can I keep it consistent and point it in a productive direction? And right now, that's kind of what we're seeing, barring, you know, it's either a full crash or a slight touch for these drivers. You know, there's really no in between. So, in that regard,
he's,
you know,
really
I don't.
sending it. He's
He
risking
is.
it.
I think
really
he wants
close.
it. He's
World
made
record
amends.
almost?
It's a little bit behind the ball, I don't think I have to say.
Well, currently you do have Charles and Raceland battling it out. They're very, very close, but Charles is going to be able to take PC. It's like, if I can't win, I don't deserve the points. If you ain't first, you last.
Last. Copy randomized 45 minutes, thank you. I was he just I think randomized was typing somewhere else, and he just accidentally he said whoops, sorry. So I assume he's in the wrong chat. But I'm surprised. I thought PC was finally going to finish the round, but I guess we'll just have to wait a little bit
He
longer.
got the consolidation finish.
He did. But Charles has brought it back to Raceland now. It's 85-85. We still have to get to 120. We still have to get through finalists. So we are currently 35 points from reaching finalists, which means at minimum 4 more rounds, depending on how things go. And look at Raceland and Charles. Jesus, they are right on top of each other, as it is going to be PC with a touch and a DNF. But we are 0.02 of a second separated between these two, and it is going to be 4,000s. Charles taking the lead as we head around. We'll get the last checkpoint here, and if they tie it at the line, it will be Charles that takes the round. But thankfully, he does get the better exit, and I actually messed up my checkpoints. But Charles, 10 points there. A 10th at the end will put him 95 to Raceland's 92. As I believe we have one more round of Lichness to go before we swap over to our next map.
We do. We have 3 points separating them, so we have the chance to tie in this series for like the millionth time. However, Charles gets a little bit of a bounce there towards the beginning on that dirt section. So, okay, yeah, well, at the current rate, we're going to see yet another tie because the points differential will be 3 points yet again. So Raceland keeping it clean. Charles is going to have to push if he wants to actually take that lead and potentially get finalists first as opposed to getting finalists simultaneously.
Yeah.
But the way things are going, it's just kind of back and forth between these two. Raceland doesn't want to give Charles that extra 3 points. He wants to maintain that difference of just 3. Stabilize and maybe get some of his own. Currently Charles having some gear issues, so I don't think he's going to be overtaking anytime soon. Raceland just needs to walk it in. It isn't the hardest risky in the world, honestly. It's probably the easiest finish out of the entire map pack. You can thank who mapped this? Jordan and Gilo for that one. I don't know who mapped the finish, but they were very kind. So at the very least, it's tied up once again. We're heading off to
Lumavale.
Bug spray, Lumavale, one of the two.
Lumavale. I have the ultimate medals window opened up, so it switches before I even get in this, like before we swap.
Yeah.
Or like as it loads, like it'll swap in the middle of the loading screen, which makes life a hell of a lot easier because I don't have to guess. Because I'm not gonna lie, in these competitions, I will absolutely forget map rotation. I will 100% forget map rotation. And even if I have it written down in front of me, I will have to constantly look. Or if it's like, oh, there's X number of maps in the map pack. It isn't until, like, if it's 5 maps, it isn't until the 4th map where I'm like, oh, the next map's going to be this, because it's the only one that hasn't been played yet. But we're at 102 and 102, Charles and Raceland. If things keep up, then that means what? We have... Oh, God. Do you know what happens if Raceland gets first and then second the round after and Charles does the same?
Oh, Jesus.
We have the potential for a double 219 or 119, which is hilarious, but also, good God, unbearable.
They did this to each other.
They did. I think this is, this is very uncharacteristic for both of them. I think they know that obviously they're down one competitor, and they know that PC is not playing effectively. I mean, he is playing, but he's not actually being, a threat. So maybe they're just doing this to be like, all right, we'll go into finalist and we'll see who can get first and who can get second. Charles, though, 104 or 107.4 and a 108.2 for Raceland. So Charles is at 112, Raceland's at 109. Acrinator, chat, place your bets. Do we see a double 119?
It would be funny, and I think Charles really wants to avoid that at all costs, because that sounds terrible for him, as opposed to, getting an extra round where he has finalists and no one else does. But he's got to drive the drive, so to speak. You can't just assume that Raceland is going to make mistakes, because especially on this map, we've seen Raceland really pull out all the stops. I say that, and he's currently at a 10th behind, give or take, 10th and a half even. PC currently still in the fray of things. I wonder if he has the potential to get first, if PC will DNF, or if he's going to take the 10 points, but he only wants 10 points. Now I'm curious. PC, drive faster.
Yeah, he's getting overtaken right now by Raceland. Oh, that was a really wide line from Raceland. I'm surprised he didn't grab the wall there on that that little castle bridge section. Charles is slow. PC's giving it to him. Hold on a second. Could this be PC? No, it's not. Never mind. All right, well,
finish the sentence.
Thankfully, we will not be seeing a double 119. We will be seeing Charles go on to finalist. We will see Raceland at 116, which means one more round for Raceland. We'll see him at finalist. One more round for Charles will put him in first. And we will forever be done with this at some point. But we have to do a little bit more racing here. So Charles, all eyes on you. It is time to close it out finally, to give Raceland a little bit of an uppercut. But anything can happen here on Lumavale.
Technically, anyone can deny. We saw PC had a really good round right up until he didn't last time. Right up until he pressed the forbidden button, so to speak. And, I mean, right now, he's still in the fray of things. He's still on the map.
Oh,
Charles clips.
oh.
So if PC was ever going to get a first place, now might be the time. Maybe. Who knows? Or maybe they both just crash terribly and, you know, PC DNFs and Raceland doesn't have the opportunity to make it back up and Charles gets first place because he's not that far behind. Never mind, he's going further behind now. So there's the DNF. Raceland is going to be finalist as Charles is very far behind. So we're just going to stick on with Raceland and watch him walk in. If he has some catastrophic error that allows Charles to close it out now, so be it. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
You know, I'd have to agree with you. So we are double finalists here. Third round of Lumavale. And of course, PC doing a little bit of trolling, as, you know, we've come to expect. But that's okay, because again, he's already guaranteed a third. I mean, I would do the same thing. I'd be like, all right, whatever. I've got my third, who cares? But we are into the last round of Lumavale, and for one of these two drivers, it will be the last round that they will be playing today. Charles or Raceland, two guys who have been at each other's throats for the entirety of this matchup. We have yet to see them play each other today, and I gotta say, we have been treated very, very well by these two. I mean, even though it is effectively a 1v1 at this point, it is still a damn fine 1v1. And Raceland, much tighter line, does close that gap up as we go onto the grass here. We'll come back around and we'll line it up. Oh, bad gear there for Raceland. That's going to drop him down. That's going to give Charles a much-needed bit of breathing room. And PC's in here to play spoil, if at all possible. But on the climb up the hill, grabbing the booster. Charles very wide there. How he doesn't hit the wall, I don't know. But he'll come back around, past the tower. PC's in hot pursuit. Raceland as well, waiting in the wings. PC is going to DNF, but Charles around the final corner for the last time, and he's going to get the first place over Raceland here on Lumavale. The last round of this map, it is Raceland in P2. Could have been P3, but PC only goes for first place. And I think, Acrinator, we may be seeing one more round, and it will be the only round on Bug Spray.
You know, I was going to challenge the notion that PC will actually finish even if he's in first place, because we have yet to see that.
Yep.
But considering it's Bug Spray, I would almost think that he's just going to DNF right from the start. He has shown his distaste for this map. I would hope that he drives until he crashes at the very least to make it interesting. But we'll see. He is driving the warm-up, so I'm going to assume that he's going to be a good sport about it and make it a little bit interesting. Make it, you know,
maybe
one last bit of fun. This is your last chance for the day, based on the current pattern we've had. So, you know, best of luck to him, and hopefully he can make it through at least most of the map without crashing. And currently, I mean, he has a much better start than Raceland. Clips a little bit, but he's still definitely further ahead. Raceland trailing by maybe a tenth. The reactor allows him to catch back up and actually overtake for now. So that will give the player with the red number on the back of his car the opportunity. Okay. Yeah, so the opportunity to finish out. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
We're good.
Yeah, bro.
He didn't DNF, to be fair.
That's true. That's, you know what? He's switched it up on us.
He just watched his car bounce off to the stadium floor and then respawn. So, you know.
I mean, hopefully PC's kind of seeing the humor in all of this, because I wouldn't be, it would suck if he was, raging and all that, but hopefully he can see that it's just being silly, being goofy, but Raceland will come down and around, he'll grab that risky finish, and folks, that'll do it. Charles in first, Raceland in second, PC in third.
He's going for a dragon meat or something. I don't know.
Oh, he's got time. Oh,
he's got 3 seconds. He does not have time.
He's got it.
Okay.
He's got it.
Well,
I believe in him.
Either way, folks,
that's gonna do it. I think.
Yeah, that's gonna be the end of it all. Let's hop out and check on the master sheet. See if anything is.
Not yet. No. Oh, it's all being put in right now. I think I saw a 3 pop up.
Let's check it out. We got no. It's still just a bunch of blank signs, but I mean, we know at the very least the numbers for this, with Charles getting first, Raceland second, Bad PC third. As for the other matches, they're probably finishing up.
Probably getting close to being done, I would assume.
Yeah, so that'll be figured out in just a little bit. As I mean, you're looking at the other ones. I know it's cut off a little bit on camera, but close enough. You got Noisia, Nixotica, Toto. I feel like Noisia is probably going to win that one. Nixotica maybe second place. Toto probably third, maybe fighting for second.
I think and then in the next match, I'd say what, Cockney, maybe Tom Byrne. No, I don't know. He hasn't been consistent enough. It's probably Cackney, Dummy, Tom Byrne, and then it's Flimsy, Fegley, and Author Time. That's a tough one.
I think based on how we saw Author Time taking on Dummy, I feel like he would get third in that match, because Fegley's been pretty clean with it, even if he's lacking a little bit of pace. He's pretty consistent. And Flimsy's flimsy. I mean, he's pretty
probably
fast.
Fine.
I mean, so it's nothing but first and second, so yeah.
I would say, I don't know, do I believe that Author Time beats Fegley?
I think it's
I'm
close.
not 100%. I don't know. I think Fegley might have him just like by a little bit, not a lot. Like it's just a small amount.
No, I'm curious. I'm just gonna hop in the server real fast.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on. And it
take a.
Oh, that's funny.
Perfect timing.
So, I mean, yeah, it is close, as it turns out, where our gut feeling was right, and it looks like AT might actually be able to steal a finalist away, although both of them are feeling a little bit awkward here on Bug Spray, which, fair. It's an awkward map.
It really is, though. I closed my game.
Okay.
I'm just, whoops. It doesn't matter. Who cares? That's life, baby. I don't think that. Oh God, I think it's a double finalist. I think we see double finalist here. Quite
possibly here. Let me just stream track for you so you can actually see what's going on.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, I mean, Fegley's not too far behind. He's keeping it clean. He's actually even lessening the gap a little bit, but it's
Author Time. No, that's it. That's the GGs. Oh wait, did he touch the wall? He did. Fegley touched the wall, but it's not gonna matter.
No, AT. Where is AT? He also went for the safe. Okay, well that's gotta be it.
Surely.
Yeah,
and then what's the other match? It's
I think that one was more obvious, so I think it might be
I think everything's done. Yeah, everything's done. So Noisia, Nixotica, Toto for that first match. Cackney, Dummy, Burn, Flimsy, Fegley, Author Time, and then we saw it Charles, Raceland, Bad PC for that last one. So
yeah,
that'll just about do it, I think.
Yeah, that's just about it, folks. And you do have 2 more rounds. You could see at the very least what the first round of matches is going to be tomorrow. From what I understand, this is filled in now, so you can see. That'll be the first match for tomorrow. We're all done for today. So you're going to have 2 matches. Actually, it looks like both are set up. Looks to be bangers. That'll be Alex and Randomized's job. And then you get into the actual bracket, which technically we know the 12 players. We just don't know the finalized seeding, because that'll be to be determined based on those last 2 rounds of the round robin, which I think are like Swiss-esque. I don't know. Either way,
Maybe. Oh.
not our problem. We're not going to be casting or on stream or anything tomorrow, so that'll be Randomize and Alex's problem. Which, I mean, hey, they're the
Yep.
TOs. They can, if they don't know it, I think we're all in trouble. But
I would agree.
Either way, closing thoughts, Legion.
Uh, I mean, I've been impressed with how everyone's played. I think we've had a couple of upsets in there, and I would also probably say that we are not too surprised on how a lot of these matches went. I think we did see some very clear winners right from the start. Louisa Charles, just to, right off the top of my head. Cackney as well. I don't know, but I don't think we had any I didn't think we had a lot of surprises. I don't think it was, it's, every single match, you don't know what's going to happen. We had some very predictable matches, but we were still treated to something quite enjoyable and very, very fun, as silly as it might have gotten sometimes.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much all she wrote then, folks. Don't forget to tune back in tomorrow. It'll be starting up, let me double check. It'll be starting up at 3
same
p.m.
time?
3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or noon Pacific Time, or 8 p.m. UTC if anyone is watching on it. It's same time as today was. So tune in for that. Again, Alex and Randomize will be taking over the broadcast for that. Be a ton of fun. Get to crown a new, potentially a 2-time champion if Noisia wins again, because he won last time. But that's all we've got for today. I hope you had fun. We certainly had fun. GG's to all the players. And until tomorrow, I hope you have a great night.
Good night, guys.